Good morning, everyone. It's March 21st, Tuesday, and we're here for our Board of Supervisors meeting. And we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked Supervisor Ryan Campbell to help lead us.
Please stand. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. So our next item is oral communications, and this is a time when our board is listening to you. It's basically a one-way conversation where you are making announcements or letting us know something of personal value to you. It's not our time for a back and forth conversation, and you do have 3 minutes. And I just always preface this by talking about how our community is very good at being there for each other. And in this boardroom, we do have decorum, we have respect and civility, but I like to add a little note of kindness to the beginning of every board meeting. And so for this morning, the quote comes from, if I can find it, the Dalai Lama. And he says, "Be kind whenever possible. It is always possible." All right, oral communications. Come on up.
Madam Chairman and the rest of the board and everybody in the board. Appreciate that you guys are taking this 3 minutes to hear me out on a problem that I've been having for many years. I'm the owner of Berry Electric, part owner of Berry Electric here in Sonora. I've been here for 40 plus years. And kind of on a kind of funny thing this morning before I started to walk in here, my son told me, "Dad, be reasonable, please." So it was kind of a funny thing. I always try to find humor, but I'm always looking for positive things. And in these problems that we're having in the last 3 weeks or so, where this storm came in and caused some disastrous stuff, and people are having some real issues dealing with it. And I'm always in the middle. I call myself a first responder. I grew up working for PG&E. I came up here after 15-year jaunt with PG&E and decided I was going to be a first responder up here with a business that could help people out and get people's power back on as fast as I could. So I've been doing this all my life, and I've always had one stumbling block in front of me, and it's been the building department. And I work really, really hard to get along with the building department. It's a mission of mine to try to do things reasonable and not get too nitpicky about minuscule things that are not really, should be a stumbling block when we have issues like this. So I always have been trying to push for a policy, an emergency policy, that we could have an effect. So when we have these disasters, we could have a policy that kicks in. And I worked for it for years and years with PG&E. They're my best buddies up here. And ever since this fire and the lawsuits and everything that went on, PG&E has been hesitant to have a easy get your power back on because they're worried about liability. And I understand that. But I consider myself to be a professional in the business, having a license, being insured, and not being involved with a stumbling block like the building department that has been festering in my rear end for many years, because they're always a stumbling block when it's always time for me to try to get people's power back on. It's easy to see that I've spent my time in the trenches learning my trade, and I should be respected for that. And when I go out to do a repair, the PG&E guys respect the heck out of me, which I really love. I worked real hard to get old, and now I'm at that point to where I'm very confident in what I do. And there's no one thing that's first in what I do, and it's safety for the community. And I want to get power back on. My best customers are seniors, your mothers, your fathers, your family, people that need their power for heat, for water, whatever it may be, medical needs for machines and whatever. So my mission here is to get on the agenda for the next meeting so I can hopefully try to brainstorm a policy with you folks in the OES or whoever to try to get a policy in effect. So after a certain time, when this emergency situation happens, whether it be in the winter, the summer, fires, whatever it may be, we have a policy that kicks in. So we have a grace period of maybe 30 days, 45 days, maybe whatever is reasonable to be able to get a permit and inspection and not let that be a hindrance to us people that are trying.
Thank you.
Are we done?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I would like to get on the agenda, and if that can happen, could you please notify Barry Electric or me at any time?
I'm going to ask Eric Earhart to step outside
Okay.
to talk to you about this.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board. My name is Don Nessel. I spent some time over the past couple of years coming and trying to get to know you all better and understand how this all works and what you're up to, what your agendas may be. And I appreciate the public forum, the opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. I don't know if you're aware, but last Saturday there was an event at the fairgrounds, and the event was a vaccine clinic for monkeypox and COVID-19. I would hope that someone crashed that event in that there was something advertised on the internet called Queens and Vaccines. So was the drag show at the fairgrounds on Saturday truly a county-endorsed and sanctioned event? As featured in an advertisement, the Tuolumne County Public Health Department was part of a Queens and Vaccines feature. Are drag queens entertainment? Was that the intent? Or is it a gradual softening of public sentiment toward this type of activity by having it be part of everything? I was truly embarrassed for the county that there would be a vaccine clinic and at the same time in the fairgrounds building, whatever a drag queen event is supposed to be going on. If this was truly sanctioned by public health, I object to the continued celebration of this lifestyle by ill-advised public offices and officers. If it was truly a sanctioned event by the county, I think you need to write a letter of apology to the people of Tuolumne County and have it appear in the Union Democrat and possibly on radio. This is not a good event to put in the fairgrounds alongside anything, much less a vaccine clinic, which is supposed to be for public health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. For my entire life, I've never been afraid of public speaking. So when I first came here, I didn't think much of it, but I've realized that it's much harder than I thought. And I'm not totally sure why that is, but I've found myself more nervous than I've ever been before when I come here. At the same time, I've realized more than I ever knew how important freedom of speech is. It's the bedrock of all this country's freedoms, and although it is sometimes awkward and uncomfortable, a free and civil society cannot exist without civil discourse. So today I'd like to pray for free speech and for all the people who step up to this podium in an attempt to participate in this process. But first I'd like to read a quote from William Douglas. The framers of the Constitution knew human nature as well as we do. They too had lived in dangerous days. They too knew the suffocating influence of orthodoxy and standardized thought. They weighed the compulsions for restrained speech and thought against the abuses of liberty, and they chose liberty. Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for the fact that you gave us free will. the freedom to choose you or to not choose you. And I believe firmly that that is the foundation by which our founding fathers implemented our own free speech in our country. And I am asking you, Lord, to please protect that freedom from those who would seek to take that away. I ask you to protect that freedom for those, Lord, who would disagree with me. For those, Lord, who would disagree with us, protect their freedom, Lord. I ask you to protect that freedom from those who you would disagree with, Lord. Lord, I really would ask for you to be with those people who step up here to this podium and have things that they wish to share, Lord. I ask you to strengthen them, to take the fear away, to help them to be clear and concise, and to help them to communicate whatever they need to communicate in a way that they can get in within the time that is allowed to them, Lord. And I ask you for those who are listening, Lord, that we please be open, have open ears to what they are saying, Lord, and empathetic, and try to put ourselves into their shoes so that we can understand where they are coming from, Lord. And as always, Lord, I pray that you would be here during this meeting today and to help us to accomplish the things that you would like our county to accomplish, Lord. I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Bruce, this is on something that's not on the agenda. Okay. Just
Real
checking.
clear on that.
Welcome.
This is not my first rodeo.
Bruce, if it's okay, can I give these after the meeting since they're so big?
I couldn't get smaller ones because there wasn't enough time to get them reduced. I've got a large one I can put on the board, but I didn't want to cover any of that stuff up. But these are critical just in terms of understanding our neighborhood as a whole. And you're welcome to take one home with you. I mean,
I'll get one to each of the board members.
Thanks.
Brought these because they show some of the storm damage that we've had in our neighborhood. And the smaller map there shows you our turnaround at the bottom.
Bruce, I'm going to ask you to talk into the microphone
Okay.
so that people in TV land can hear you.
Lucky TV land. Down at the bottom of Shady Brook, we've had a round down there that was 80 feet in diameter as it was originally scheduled back in about 1960. And you'll see one of those maps later. What this is about is the fact that we don't have an adequate turnaround for fire trucks. We don't have an adequate turnaround for snow plows. Sometime in the early 2001s, the Twain Harte CSD put up a fence across that turnaround and truncated the space that we have to turn around into less than 35 feet or so. And you'll look on the little maps that were done by the Roads Committee, and they don't comport to this at all. You'll notice that there's no survey markers on there, and the distances that they have are inaccurate because they don't actually show the roadway. The roadway trunks down to as narrow as 13 feet on the way in. So I started back in September of, it was back in 2001 in July to try and get this dealt with because I was concerned with the fire trucks not being able to turn around. And I was told that that they sent a supervising engineer out. They had a look at it. And I think has been down at one point. Everything's sort of hunky-dory. That was until the snows came. And when the snowplow came down there from the county, the guy got stuck and he rammed it up against that fence that was illegal to begin with, never had a permit for it, and was against the Design Review Board committee as well. And that's really keeping us from safety because our Neil Gamez, who's the fire chief, he doesn't even know the radius of the turns that his trucks have to make. And so I've got emails to that effect, and perhaps we can have another meeting on this later on. I didn't know I could speak with somebody to see about getting it on the agenda, but I'd like to do that because it's critical to our fire safety and our fire safety community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask our assistant CAO to do double duty to talk to you, Bruce, outside. Anybody else from the audience that wishes to speak? All right, I'll close oral communications and go to staff reports. And at this time, any of the Tuolumne County staff that have something to let the board and the community know about what they're doing, please come forward.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Ed Hogue. I'm your facilities director for the county. I just wanted to give you a quick update on where we are with the storm damage from the March 11th thunderstorm. We have at this time 12 buildings that are damaged, either from wind or water intrusion across the county. Of those buildings, we have 10 employees that are displaced from their offices. We've been able to accommodate them in other offices within the buildings, so everybody is still working in those positions. We also have 3 of the participants from the behavioral health home program that are actually in a hotel right now until we get their building restored. I was able to get here during the storm. When the weather alert came out, I headed directly in, so I got into town right when it was really getting crazy here. And I can tell you that I was going to say we were lucky, but in reality, we had pre-planned ahead that Friday, and with the help of the work release program through probation, my staff, and our groundskeeping staff, we sandbagged quite a few of the different buildings, so we prevented much more extensive damage. So we were really lucky, and those staff members, they really stepped up, not only during the storm or the storm preparation, but also during the storm. We had people come in that were off and help with cleaning up. We actually had Belfour Restoration Company here at 6 p.m. on Saturday. They had their first crew came in out of Modesto at 6 p.m. And by 3 o'clock on Saturday night, we were able to have all the buildings stabilized and the water evacuated from those buildings. So they had their drying equipment actually running in the middle of the night. So we did a good job of stabilizing buildings, and at this point, we are now in the process of going through and doing all the restoration, carpeting and sheetrock and things that were damaged in these buildings. Quick list of the buildings are the Behavioral Health Washington House, our facilities office, the Farm Advisor, HSA, Probation, Public Defender, the Sonora Library, Standard Park, the Tuolumne CRC, the Tuolumne General Medical Facility, the Tuolumne Library and Youth Center, and the Washington Courthouse. The other thing I'd like to say is throughout all these storms, I want to put a shout out to Public Works. They've been extremely helpful, not only doing your roads and plowing, but also helping us. So I want to thank all those guys too.
So that's quite a list, Ed. I just want to, for you to send back a message from myself, and I think I speak for the board, to thank your team from the bottom of our hearts for all your extra work.
I will. Thank you very much. They're doing a great job. Okay.
Good morning, Kanan.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Kanan Whitman, Assessor Recorder. I wanted to come up here and really commend 2 employees on the Recorder's office. So during all the storms, the power outages, and even when the building had no heat, They opened up the recorder's office and kept loans funded, real estate transactions happening by being available to record all those documents. And so they braved it every single one of those days. And so I really wanted to just commend Cora Villalobos and Alicia Hersom and really thank them for their efforts of keeping the recorder's office open and allowing loans to fund and real estate transactions to happen. And thank you to Ed's crew and Public Works crew too.
Thank you. They must have had their polar bear suits. Yeah. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. I'm Sean. I work with Animal Control. I wanted to give a little information on the rabies statistics from 2022 because I just got done reporting them to the state. So in 2022, we tested 14 wild animals that were reported to be in contact with community members or their pets. We had no specimens test positive for rabies this year, which is a really low number compared to like the last 5 or 10 years. It's important to remember to keep your pets current on their rabies and distemper vaccinations, as these are diseases that commonly affect all the wildlife in our area and can pose health risks to both pets and humans. And then I did want to touch on distemper because since November of 2022 and still currently, we've responded to 67 calls for sick foxes. We have recently started taking blood samples and sending them to the state lab, and one came back positive for distemper last week. So distemper is something that usually affects canines, and you can vaccinate your pets for that as well to keep them safe. And then just a little note for animal bites. We investigated approximately 278 reported dog, cat, and wild animal bite reports in 2022. We handled 131 10-day quarantines for dogs, 55 10-day quarantines for cats, 8 30-day quarantines for dogs, 2 30-day quarantines for cats, 13 6-month quarantines for dogs, and 5 6-month quarantines for cats. And last, we will be announcing our 2023 low-cost rabies clinics really soon, the dates for those. We're hoping to have 4 clinics throughout May and June in 2023 at different locations throughout Tuolumne County. So hopefully that'll make it easier for more residents and their pets to attend and make sure that they're up to date on their vaccines. So that was about it. I just wanted to share that with you guys.
That's great. Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board Member, CEO Riggs. Just like Sean just presented before, I have some statistics from 2022 and then some updated tasks that we've been accomplishing during the storms. So 2022, officers responded to 4,064 calls for service. We intook 1,255 animals, which equals about three and a half animals a day. We adopted out 117. We returned to the owners 161 animals, and we sent 557 to outside rescues. Out of those, that 1,255, we saw an increase of about 30%. 171 animals were owner surrenders. So it was people that can't take care of their animals. So out of that, that's a pretty big jump from the year before. And it's already, this year, we're seeing the same trend. And the entire 22 year, we did that at a 20% staffing deficit. So we were always down 3 to 4 positions during that whole year. And so those are just our numbers, so you get an idea of what's going on. They're going up. Our call volume's going up. The intakes are going up. The surrenders are going up. So the workload's going up. So during the last storms, this starts in January. So we counted 137 calls we responded for either animals that couldn't get out, owners couldn't get food, neglect, injured animals in the snow, stranded owners, stranded animals. So 137 from January 1st to right now that we went out on. I had a couple officers that came up with a great idea. They contacted ATCA, so they were going to go up way up in Groveland, up a second garage, and get to some people that were snowbound. So they decided to go to ATCA and get food boxes for them. So they delivered not only food to humans, they did it for their animals, and they pulled all the supplies up in snow sleds. So we did that. I had some staff stay over for 5 days at the shelter because we had the creek behind us, so we were worried about it overflowing, and then it'd be too late for us to get animals out. So we did 24-hour shifts there where they just stayed and slept and monitored the creek. And on a good note, I just got 2 scholarships for 2 officers to go to the California Humane Academy, starting, I think they have till July to attend. So I got 2 scholarships through California Animal Welfare Association. So that's all I have. Thank you.
That's an incredible report.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Debbie.
Good morning, Board, Madam Chairman, and CIO Riggs. I just want to brief that March 29th, that's a Wednesday, next Wednesday, between 1 and 4 at the EC Enrichment Center, we will be doing a spousal briefing for any spouse for about what's called DIC, any benefits that their loved ones has, what they can expect in the future from the Veterans Service Office. Also, on the third Tuesday of every month at Interfaith, we will be there from 10 to 12. And the first time we'll be there will be on the 18th of April. And so if anybody can't get to our office and they can get to Interfaith and do business and interact with them, we'll be there also to represent them. I also want to make sure that you all received your No Vet Left Behind in your box. And because this is a public forum, I want to make sure that everybody realizes that we serve 4,500 vets here in our county that we know of. I'm sure there's more. And we did over 2,022, and then physically saw them. And that was during the pandemic. And we took over 3,000 calls. And I'm sure that's more than that, but that's what we logged into our system. We did 445 new claims, and we brought into the county almost $2,500,000 into the county to be spent here. And our average new award was $5,500 per person. So, and I want to apologize for CIO Riggs. I did not get you one. I will get you this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Dorian Crew.
Yeah. Good morning, Board. CIO Riggs, Assistant CIO Earhart, and Sarah Crailer, County Counsel. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. I have here joined with me, of course, our OES staff, and I'm going to mention them here in just a moment. But a few updates. As you know, it has been a busy couple of months for OES in Tuolumne County. With the major disaster declaration for storms in December and January, that has kept us busy with all the necessary documentation, our meetings, and everything that is required for us to apply for reimbursement for county. That storm wreaked havoc on many of our roads and infrastructure. Then, of course, on February 21st, 1 month ago, I have no idea where the month has gone, a series of storms started that went into March, of course, bringing us lots of low elevation snow, major flooding of water in areas that we had not seen in some time, and even a tornado. This last round of storms has caused even more damage, and we are currently logging those damages. To date, we have reported a total of $19,227,248 of damages to public infrastructure. And that includes Tuolumne County, Hetch Hetchy, City of Sonora, and several of our schools. This number will likely increase as we add the initial damage assessments, or IDEs, from our other partners and public agencies such as TUD, Jamestown Sanitation District, and Groveland or Twainhart CSD, and of course, a couple more schools that we have heard as well. Unlike the December and January storms, this most recent storm also saw the most individual and or businesses affected. Our office continues to take in forms, and you can find them on our webpage, and staff also have out here. We created a QR code for individuals and businesses to go on for that particular form. And we have received over 250 of those forms currently within the last couple of weeks from individuals and their businesses that have had impacts as a result of those storms. While we continue to verify the information given, and we want to like to thank the Community Development Department and our building inspectors who have been going out to inspect those with major damages. We are currently sitting at 11 destroyed completely, 46 with major damage. This numbers put us well over that threshold that we keep talking about when it comes to both public assistance and individual assistance. So as you recall, your board proclaimed a local emergency for each of these storms separately. And while the governor has proclaimed for each, only the first set of storms has been declared a major disaster declaration by the president. We are currently waiting for a decision on this second and most recent storm. OES would like to remind public entities, the government, schools, special districts, and nonprofits to submit your initial damage estimates as soon as possible, so that we can continue to advocate that we have had major impacts from the storm that just started on February 21st. For public agencies, please make sure you've submitted your IDE to us at our OES at co.tuolumne.ca.us email. For individuals and businesses, we ask you to submit a form. Again, there's a link on our website or through the QR code that asks a few questions about the damages, dates, and locations. This, again, will aid us in making our request to the state, and we're pretty confident that we've met that threshold. And should the president proclaim a major disaster and the governor then also issue both public assistance and individual assistance, it would allow those private property owners and businesses to apply directly through FEMA. If the public or any governmental entity needs further information or clarification, you can call our office at 209-533-6395. All of the work that we are embarking on takes a lot of work, and we have an incredible team. Oscar Wilde said, "Success is a science. If you have the conditions, you get the result." While there are so many county staff that we would like to thank today, I want your board and the public to know who is behind the scenes at OES. Over 200 and some odd calls the last couple of weeks that these two individuals, Tracy McKnight and Sean Hembry, have been taking, and they both serve as administrative analysts within OES, and they are integral in everything that we do. I would like to personally thank them both for their time, their dedication, and of course, their enthusiasm when I call on them at all hours to come in and work. And so emergency management is not always easy, and there are days that are a blur, and literally the last month has been sometimes a blur. But having such an incredible team working with me is truly an honor, and I am grateful for every moment of their time. One of the areas that we provided, and I want the board to know, we preemptively knew when the storm was coming that we needed to order some sandbags. So Tracy was on it right away, ordering those sandbags. And I want you to know that we provided the public about 15,000 pre-filled sandbags for our communities. And so very thankful for that. The teams, the AmeriCorps, and also the CAL FIRE Stockton hand crew that came up to fill those and make sure those locations. We had a lot of kinks. We worked with Public Works to make sure sand was there, but we did provide that to the public. And so we are very grateful for the work to allow that to happen. One last highlight of our success as a team, and most of you know, last October we worked feverishly, literally until the last minute, to put together an application for the USDA Community Wildfire Defense Grant. The Community Wildfire Defense Program, or CWDG, is intended to help at-risk local communities plan for and reduce the risk of wildfire. This program, which was authorized by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, prioritizes at-risk communities in an area identified as having high or very high wildfire hazard potential. They are low income or have been impacted by a severe disaster that affects the risk of wildfire. Yesterday, Agricultural Secretary Tom Vilsack announced that the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Forest Service is investing $197 million in 100 project proposals benefiting 22 states and 7 federally recognized Indian tribes. as part of that Community Wildfire Defense Program. One of the awards, the one we submitted titled Tuolumne County Community Wildfire Defense Project, was awarded in the amount of $10 million to provide defensible space work on approximately 1,290 homes, roadside vegetation managed on approximately 23 miles of road, county-maintained road, and outreach to create additional fire-wise communities and other fire-adaptive cohorts within at-risk and low-income communities. The work will focus in 3 areas: Miwok Sugar Pine, Cedar Ridge, and the Yankee Hill area of Columbia. 2 other projects also within Tuolumne County were awarded, one for TUD and the other for the Chicken Ranch Band of Miwok Indians. These 2 staff members alongside of me were a big part of that. Again, we were working hard to the very last minute, and we're very proud. We will be coming forward with more details, obviously, as your board accepts that. That will be coming in the near future and to formally accept the award. But we cannot be more proud of our team and excited about this program. Thank you.
$10 million. I think that deserves a standing ovation. Before you leave, I think the board has some comments or questions for you.
I have a quick, just based on the damages. I know, Kanan, could you come up real quick? Because I know there's also a tax form people can fill out if they have property damage, correct?
Thank you, Supervisor Kurt. Kanan Whitman, Assessor Recorder. We do want to get the word out to any property owner who has suffered more than $10,000 in property damages, that they can call our office and we can provide temporary property tax relief to account for those damages. The assessor's office number is 209-533-5535. And so please help get the word out. Thank you.
And then, Dory, I wanted to ask you that QR code for reporting damages. Is that a social media post that you can send to all of the board members so we
Yes.
can help get the word out?
Yes, we will
Okay.
do that, absolutely.
Thank you.
It's on our social media, and also, as Keenan, that information is on our website as well, so.
Yeah, we just probably individually can push it out
Yep.
on our social media platforms to help get the word out. Any other? Okay. Thank you so much.
No, I had one brief
Okay.
comment. Don't walk away yet. Just wanted to personally thank you guys, Dory, Sean, Tracy. Thank you for everything that you've done. Your efforts obviously have, got us through some tremendous, problems. We're still undergoing those, and this grant is huge. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Rebecca, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Half, members of the board, proud Director of the Health and Human Services Agency. Just wanted to share with the board and the community that your Health and Human Services team was here and available for about 4 weeks during the inclement weather to support our unhoused. We extended hours at our enrichment center to have a place for folks to dry out and get warm. We also had a phone line that our unhoused were able to contact if they needed a warm place to sleep at night. So I want to send a shout out to my Health and Human Services team for all their hard work, and many of them work the 24/7 shift also. Thank you.
Very admirable. Thank you, Rebecca. All right. I don't see any other folks wanting to speak, so we'll close staff reports and go to the consent calendar. And Tanya, if you can read the consent calendar, please.
Good morning, thank you. Item 1, approving the minutes of the March 7th, 2023 and March 14th, 2023 meetings. 2, amending resolutions 11-23 through 14-23 adopted February 7th, 2023 to reflect the adoption of new resolution numbers 17-23 through 20-23 due to a clerical error. Item 3, adopting resolution 21-23, approving the summary vacation of a public road easement 200 feet south of Pinewood Lane in Twainhart, as described in Exhibit A, attached to the resolution. CEQA exempt pursuant to the California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Division 6, Chapter 3, CEQA Guidelines, Section 15061B3.
Item 4, adopting a Cal OES Universal Resolution 22-23 for all open and future disaster grants declared up to 3 years following the date of approval. 5, adopting Resolution 23-23 terminating the local state of emergency due to drought conditions within Tuolumne County. Item 6, approving the reappointment of Dana Buteau, Jeanette Lambert, Shelley Muniz, Kathy Peacock, and Colette Such to the Homelessness Committee with terms to expire April 6, 2025, and directing the clerk of the board to post notice of vacancy for District 3, as well as send a letter of appreciation to Larry Barsetti, whose terms will be completed on April 6, 2023. Item 7, approving the appointment of Ms. Barbara Farkas to the Area 12 Agency on Aging Advisory Council with a term to expire February 8, 2026. Item 8, approving amendment number 2 to the Cox Consulting Agreement for additional work related to the extension of construction activities and monitoring period for the Community Resilience Center projects in the amount of $20,000 and authorize the county administrator to sign. Item 9, approving agreement number 1 to the Adams Ashby Group, Inc. agreement for additional services related to the CDBG program income grant in the amount of $27,000 and authorizing the county administrator to sign. Item 10, approving agreement amendment number 2 to the Adams Ashby Group, Inc. related to the extension of the agreement period to May 30th, 2023 for the Groveland Community Resilience Center project. Item 11, approving agreement amendment number 2 with Roebland Construction Management Services, Inc. for extension of time related to the Community Resilience Center project. Item 12, recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $487,229 from the Central Sierra Continuum of Care Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Round 3, HHAP 3, grant and increasing appropriations in the same amount in the 2022-2023 fiscal budget as outlined in this memo, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents with a 4/5 vote required. Item 13, approving the reorganization of the Assessor's Recorder's Office as outlined in the staff memorandum. Item 14, approving the reorganization of the Human Resource Department as outlined in the staff memorandum.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the board members first to see if there's any items that you wish to pull, not comment on, pull. Yes.
I believe staff advisor, we're going to pull item number 3. Has that been relayed to you?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Pull that one.
number 3.
Okay.
And I will have comments later.
Okay. Any other items that,
Yes, the last two.
the last two to pull?
Yeah, my agenda just crashed, so I have to pull this back up, but I believe it was 13 and 14.
So you want to pull them, not just make comment on them?
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. So let's see, I'm going to keep track of the numbers here. So we're pulling items 3 and 13 and 14. Any other items? Okay, now I'm going to go to the board to see if there are any comments you wish to make on anything on the consent calendar.
Just make a brief comment, as brief as I possibly can, thanking Dana, Jeanette, Shelley, Kathy, Colette, and also Larry. I mean, that's quite a auspicious list of names if you've been connected to the world of helping the homeless in our community. You would recognize all of those names and thank them very much for continuing their participation, and for Larry for his previous participation on the homeless committee.
Right, thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Well, Supervisor Campbell beat me to the
I'm
punch. No, that's good.
I was worried I was going to steal your thunder.
No, it's all good, and I echo that entirely. Just thanks, for all the work of Dana, Jeanette, Shelley, Kathy, Colette. They've contributed so much. And the other one I had was item 7, just recognizing Barbara Farkas coming on to Area 12 on Aging, and appreciate that she is going to volunteer her time and she's got good experience. Thank you.
Okay, and I have comments on number 1 that I've already passed along to our clerk. But just for the record, in the March 7th minutes, there is some verbiage that needs to be added. It talks about the consent calendar, talks about don't trash, and it doesn't complete that thought. So I believe it is don't trash Tuolumne County. And then there was a numbering problem also in those minutes that needs to be cleaned up. Then in the March 14th minutes, there's an incorrect spelling of Mike Lemke's name. And the more substantive item is that in that same number 2, Director Yaley clarified her need from the board. She asked us to clarify our need. And there should have been a statement that it was approved by the board, that board chair Half would work with Director Yaley to compose a letter to the state in response to the RENA allocation. So those should be, that directive should be added to the minutes.
And just to comment on that, I believe we were going to work on that together. The meeting with Director Yaley.
Let's talk offline about that. I don't have a problem with that. I don't remember that. Okay, so I'm going to bring this to the public right now that are in this boardroom. Are there any comments that you have to make about anything that is on the consent calendar? Anybody in the room? All right, so then I will make a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up. Come on up. Okay, I missed you. Sorry. Come on up and let us know.
Good morning, board. I just, actually, I called Mr. Kirk yesterday, and in regards to item 3, the vacation, I support the item. It's basically 3 property owners, and for 40 years, one of the property owners.
Oh, right. We did pull this one, so right now I'm just asking for any comments. You'll have your time to talk on this. I'm sorry, it's more procedural than anything.
Oh, all right.
So hang tight.
So pulling means after the consent calendar.
Yeah, we're
you'll
gonna,
come
what we're
back to
gonna
the
do,
item.
this
Oh,
is confusing even to me sometimes, but we're gonna approve everything that has not been pulled first, and then we're gonna take each item one by one. So number 3 will be called first, and when we call number 3, you will be first to speak. Thank you. Sorry about that. I should have been more clear with the public also. Okay, so seeing no comments on the consent calendar that we're going to approve right now, excluding items number 3, 13, and 14, I'll call for the motion.
I'll make that motion.
And
I'll second.
Okay, it was, the first was from Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 5-0. All right, next, we're going to go to item number 3. And Tanya, will you please read number 3 again?
Thank you. Item 3, adopting resolution 21-23, approving the summary vacation of a public road easement 200 feet south of Pinewood Lane in Twainhart as described in Exhibit A attached to the resolution. CEQA exempt pursuant to the California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Division 6, Chapter 3, CEQA Guidelines, Section 15061B3.
Okay, and we'll go to the staff report first. And I'm not sure which one of you are going to be speaking, but welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Board. I'm Warren Smith, your county surveyor. This was brought as a consent agenda item, and last week the resolution to be attached was inadvertently not uploaded. So we do have printed copies at the rear of the room. You have all been provided with that copy of the resolution. So what it is, it's an application by 3 adjacent landowners to vacate a non-county maintained and non-built county road from 1978 was the original dedication. So the staff report covers that the required findings were made by staff, pursuant to Streets and Highways Code requirements. And if there's any questions, you can address it to staff here about those findings.
Okay, so I'll go to the board members first if they have any clarifying questions. Seeing none, any comments?
I'd like to hear from community partners first.
Okay, so now I will go to the public. Welcome back.
Okay. Thank you, board. And I'm kind of new to this whole process too. And it was my understanding that, perhaps it got misinterpreted that I wanted to have it pulled or something like that, and I didn't. I basically support the vacation. It is just 3 property owners. And this all came about because my neighbor, who's one of the applicants, has had a fence up across this eroded, maybe 8 to 10 foot wide, probably graded in 78 road. And he put it up there in 1981, and there's never been a problem with it there. Now, it is technically an encroachment, and he's been directed to remove. We understand the county's position on it. But that was put up to prevent illegal dumping, and this is a spot where a lot of people would probably dump out of sight, out of mind. Log their firewood and camp on probably my parcel that has a nice little flat spot. And we all know with the fire situation, people who camp probably are going to have a campfire, and things are a little more susceptible to burning these days. Maybe not after this winter, but at any rate, it was a win-win for the county. So no one dumps anything on this 1-lane road, if you could call it that. The county wouldn't have to clean it up, and it would prevent dumping on our property. And it serves no linking purpose. If you took that road and went all the way down below to an adjacent public right-of-way, it's a steep grade down to where we have fences surrounding, there's 2 ponds on each side of a dam. I guess it's the Twain Hart Utilities District, a water supply or emergency water supply. I think for 20 years that's been fenced up in response to the September 11th attacks. And so I've heard an argument that the reason someone wanted this gate down is because they had a dream this might be a fire access road to somebody at a future date. But it makes no sense to me that the folks in the Wildwood area would need to go over a dam that's not engineered for a roadway, up a steep grade, and then up our road that we're vacating to Pinewood just to get to Middle Camp, which ain't far from Joaquin Gully. Right now, the residents in Wildwood have, if something should happen at Joaquin Gully and Wildwood, before that you have Tuolumne Road, a paved road, a straight road going down to the nursery in Twain Hart that allows you direct access out to 108 via Twain Hart. Or if there's a problem there, you could go right on down Launchway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
So my name is Jay Canavan. I'm a resident of Wildwood in Twain Hart. I'm here this morning to ask the board to protect the life and property of my family and my neighbors' families. Little background on the issue you're about to consider today. The Wildwood Shady Brook Firewise group has been working to protect the Twain Hart community against wildfire danger. Part of that work is focused on identifying and developing a second means of egress for emergency use. Luckily, unlike a lot of neighborhoods in Twain Hart, the county had the foresight back in the late 70s to designate a public right-of-way between Shady Brook and Middle Camp that could be used for egress in the case of emergency. You can see that path of egress illustrated on the map over here. It's actually goes across the dam and up to Middle Camp. There are a couple of obstacles to this means of egress, and one of those items is a gate that's illustrated, I believe, in one of these photographs. It's an illegal gate that some neighbors on Pinewood placed across the right-of-way, complete with a no trespassing sign. Last summer, myself and a couple of neighbors cordially asked the folks who installed the gate to take it down, or at least give us access in case of emergency. In response, I was cursed at and accused of trespassing. The neighbors claimed the road was private. At that point, Bruce Erickson and myself reached out to the county for resolution. Supervisor Kirk, along with Public Works Director Kim McFarland, met with Bruce and me in September of last year to discuss our egress concerns in the illegal gate. It was confirmed at that time the gate was unlawful and needed to be removed. After that meeting, when requesting an email update, Ms. McFarland advised us we're working on this case. It'll be addressed via the code compliance process. There is no immediate threat to public safety. Follow-up requests sent by myself and Bruce didn't yield any real updates. So we waited, not so patiently, while the compliance process worked to eliminate the illegal gate and free our emergency egress. We trusted that process would provide remedy for our community's blocked egress, but you can imagine my surprise to see consent agenda item number 3 this morning. Now I'm told that this proposed vacation doesn't require public notice, and that may be true by the letter of the law, but I would state that this type of sneaky business does not align with the stated operational transparency that's intended to be standard for our county government. This issue has been presented to your board as a simple issue of excess entitlement. In my view, this is intentionally disingenuous.
Thank you. Any other comments? Bruce, are you going to speak on this? Okay. Mr. Erickson, I would ask that you start your public comment, please.
My public comment is around the fact that I found out about this yesterday morning, and I've already got 30 seconds taken off my time. I worked as hard as I could to get this stuff put together with less than 24 hours of ability to do that. And you'll get lots of maps and you'll get lots of information here, but essentially when your board went and authorized that to be a easement, they did that forward-looking in terms of fire safety. And if you look at this map over here, this goes all the way down here. Now we know that Linda and her husband owns property over here. And another person.
You need to come back and speak into the mic so that people can hear you.
I can't do two things at one time.
Okay.
I can speak loudly though. So what I'm saying here is that even this last fall, they had fires burning trash opposite the people that live on Shady Brook down at the bottom. There's some issues around the fact that across that isthmus going across the lake, that particular dirt was taken out of a cut that was made through Julie's area there, Julie Cal's area, back when they built that, and they built it as a 12-foot roadway. And that roadway was meant to connect over to Shady Brook. And we still have things to deal with in terms of the Twin Heart CSD and some work that they did that was just illegal. But they've cut us off from fire escape all over the place. So one of the reasons I put in this bigger map up here is so that you guys could see how long Wildwood and Shady Brook is and how people down at the bottom there do not have any access out of there. So instead of making egress better for us, you're cutting it off for the sake of their privacy. So one of the reasons why that road is beat up is because the county never enforced that thing to be taken care of. You can drive down it. I've driven down major parts of it, but they let it overgrow so they could do this very thing. When you put up a gate like that in 1981, what do you expect? So what I'm saying is that this needs to be looked at harder, and it needs to be looked at map by map and try and understand how your board decided to make it an easement to begin with.
Thank you. Anybody else? At this time, I would like to, what's that? I would like to invite Cody Nesper up. Cody had sent the board an email, and I would like Mr. Nesper from our county council to explain the content of that.
Sure, Supervisor Half. So vacating a public road easement, there are two general processes that can take. There's the general process that does require public notice, requires a public hearing, and then there's the summary vacation process, which is what is being recommended here today. Certain conditions need to be met for that process to be available, as explained in the surveyor's memo. He has determined that those conditions exist for summary vacation. I've discussed that with the surveyor. I've also looked at this from a CEQA perspective and find that it is exempt from CEQA review. There has been a long-standing kind of dispute regarding whether or not this is a safe or an appropriate egress route for fire. We've looked closely at that issue. Public Works staff has communicated with the Twain Harte Community Services District. It is their opinion that this is not a suitable egress, and that's the county staff's position as well. So based on that, that's why the surveyor is recommending summary vacation this morning. If there are additional factual questions, I know staff is prepared to address those, and if there are any particular legal questions, I'm happy to address those as well.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted everybody to have the benefit of your advice on this matter. Are there any questions of our county council member here? Okay, thank you.
I don't know if it's for county council or staff, but if the easement if we vacate the easement which is proposed, can that gate now go up as private property? Okay, and can that still be used if the folks in that neighborhood still want to utilize it as a fire escape route? Can that still be pursued, or that would have to be up to the property owners?
So first off, the easement that we're talking about actually connects to another easement that goes nowhere. It's not connecting to a public road, and it is undeveloped still. The part that they're pointing out here over the pond is actually the Twain Harte Community Services District pond, part of their water system. And we've already discussed this with the general manager, Tom Trott, who conveyed to us that this was already conveyed as a means of egress through their board meeting in the summer of 2021, and it was vetted as not being feasible. And I do believe that the fire chief, Neil Games, is here if anybody has any questions for him about that.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. Not so much a legal question, just a technical question on this. What this gate that we're looking at, where is this placed? And I guess if it's a potential fire route, even if it's not ruled as, I guess, an adequate one, does it connect to anything at all? Can it be used?
It's not a fire route.
Right.
It doesn't connect to anything. So
That's not true.
Oh.
So right now it connects, and I mean, I have the county surveyor here, we can show it on a map. It connects to another public easement through private property, and then it ends at the Twain Harte Community Services District pond. No one would use this except the private property owners right now to get out onto Pinewood and then onto Middle Camp.
And this gate, which spot would we be looking on the map here for that?
Yeah, it would be at the northerly end of this proposed vacation
It's not on this.
toward Middle Camp.
It said Exhibit A in the agenda. I don't see even Exhibit A. I have that.
Yeah, it should be attached to the resolution.
This is the 200 feet. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Great. And I guess my last question on it too. It seems like there's some disagreement on this amongst members of the public. Do we have, for lack of a better word, an overall view of what that neighborhood, just to ensure that I didn't think this was going to be too controversial of an item. That this isn't a couple of people kind of going and wanting to do this and the other neighbors may not know. So what was the notification? Was there a notification process to let them know? Do we kind of have a broader group? I don't know how many people are with the Firewise group, for example.
There was no notification to anybody, including myself and Jay, and Jim's known about the fact that we've been interested in this for 2 years. We kept expecting to get something from her, and instead we get this, which is absolutely ludicrous. You talk about lack of transparency, it's abysmal. And our road on Shady Brook and Wildwood needs to have a different way out of it. And that's an issue that we were addressing with the
Bruce, I appreciate your comments, but it's got to be during the public comment time. I know that's frustrating and difficult with it. So okay, I think that's the
Well, to address your question, easements or some means of fire escape during that situation would have to be obtained separate from the lack of public roads connection in this case.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, so I did hear that Chief Gamez is here. I was wondering if he could come up because I had a question. Hey, good morning, Chief. So obviously I've had a strong background in fire protection, with my CAL FIRE career. Always looking, at potential ingress, egress, routes. But I also recognize that at times, even though there may be parties that, believe that this would be a way out of in any particular area, this one or many others, in some cases, that can actually lead to more danger for the people trying to escape in the advance of a wildland fire. So I'm hearing here that the fire evacuation route was looked at, and I was just looking for your comments on that.
Yeah, I would say that it's not a viable escape route, my opinion, and this is what we've talked to the committee, the Firewise community. That, to me, in my opinion, is more viable, creating a Firewise community to reduce the fuels in that area than trying to trying to create an egress route across a major secondary water source for our district. I believe there are some laws now with that after 9/11 to secure those water sources. So we just don't find it as a viable egress route for that area. And in the comment to do with the roads and the fire engines, we've had no issues accessing or turning around in there. We actually have one of our dry draft points down there, which we train on constantly. We've never had issues with multiple engines turning around in that area.
Okay, I appreciate your edification of, discussing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. So for our public works team and surveying, is there anything that precludes the residents of Shady Brook or Wildwood from entering into an agreement with the property owner that owns the gate and that particular portion of the easement to allow access to them on a, a private agreement to allow them access to that road in the event of an emergency that doesn't involve the county at all.
Correct, and if it's for that stated purpose, that's certainly something that can be negotiated and agreed to. But yeah, you're right, the county would not be involved in that.
Yeah, so there is still the possibility of them working, because I see these types of issues come up. This is not the first time that there's been an issue with easements and that type of thing. And I think if there's a way for neighbors to kind of work together to understand each other's interests and where they're coming from, that's usually the best way to resolve these types of things, rather than going to the county to solve it, because it's never going to make everybody. Somebody's always going to be very unhappy when the county forces an action, and that's usually where a lot of these conflicts within neighborhoods arise, is in my experience. And then the other question is that, so I'm just clarifying so that I understand, this easement that we're talking about here by itself doesn't lead to another connective road. It leads to an area that is another set of private property accesses that lead to what? Driveways or pathways or?
Yeah, correct. It's the Twain Harte Community Services District property and the dam to connect the public roads. Public road easements at this point.
So they have to drive around the dam and then?
Well, it's actually over the dam.
You have to drive on the dam.
Right.
Okay.
No, it's all part of Twain Harte CSD's ownership.
And Twain Harte CSD is not interested in that being an option from what it sounds like. Okay. All right.
That's a separate issue, Ryan.
Okay.
Excuse me, you're out of order, I'm sorry. And so now I'm going to ask for your removal if you don't be quiet. You're going to have to pipe down. I'm sorry, Mr. Erickson, you're out of order.
Yeah, and I understand I think I understand the issue, and I think I understand the concern that the community members have. I do more than you probably realize. I had an issue like this somewhere where I lived, and the gate is still there. And so these types of things come up, and there's really, I don't know, there aren't a whole lot of good options.
All right, at this point, final comments from the board before we make a motion.
I have a couple comments and then just one question that came up. I guess I'll go with the question first. Does something like this require to go to, would it be helpful if it went before the planning commission or committee? Do these types of, because it's not building, but it's roads.
Planning Commission is an advisory agency to your board, and for land use issues, it would be appropriate. This is merely complying with the Streets and Highways Code provisions for vacating public easements. Now, a public utility easement is being reserved for power and.
So you screened it through that filter, and obviously the recommendation is obviously what's before us.
Right, yeah, the required and requested findings were made affirmatively.
Okay. No, just to the board, kind of what Bruce had mentioned, and this is my comment section, is we did go down there, staff and myself, and I am all about creating fire safe communities. I single-handedly took on Mount Provo Road. We got that one fixed, but it was obviously a much different issue. The issue regarding the gate, we did send notices. Is the gate still there? Still going through the process?
No, the gate is still there, but it is open.
Open, okay. So we did address that issue. My understanding is that somewhere along this process, the property owners became aware of this option, which is why they exercise it, correct? They put in for this. This isn't the county. This is the property owners putting in for this.
Right. This is their request.
Okay. So somewhere along the way, they put in this request, which is why it's before us. So I am all about creating fire safe egresses and whatnot. But where I'm hung up is that we have property owners. What it comes down to is they're requesting this, which is what's before us. But then I also have Twain Harte CSD and the dam, and I've been becoming more aware of some of the issues regarding that. So as far as transparency, Bruce, I would agree. It came before the board in a consent calendar, which is why I asked that it be pulled. It would have been great to have the resolution, but either way, it's here. It's before us. I found out about it on Sunday. Whether you believe me or not, it's okay. But that's why I pulled it so we could have this conversation. So where I land, Bruce, and I know you're not going to like me for it, is I have property owners who are requesting this, and it's their legal right to do it. I have a staff opinion that is agreeing with it. I have Twin Heart CSD. I have fire folks who say it's not a good route. It's not. They don't want to be driving across dams. There's potential issues with water, with as you stated, post 9/11. So that's that.
Excuse me,
Sure. So
this is not
okay.
your time.
So Bruce. So I have looked at the map. So that's why I'm okay with staff recommendation. I think there's still opportunity, and I'll be a part of that conversation with property owners and with Twin Heart CSC if they want to go down this path to make it. But I personally don't see how driving big heavy fire trucks across that waterway is a safe thing to do. But that's not my purview. So I am committed to, if property owners in CSD want to go look at this further, I'm committed to pulling my resources to potentially make that happen. But as far as what the property owners for this area are requesting, that's what they're here to do today. And I have a lot of support to approve that. So that's where I'm at. So hopefully you can understand that point of view.
Supervisor Brandon.
One last tiny question to staff is I'm just unclear what the benefit of changing this status quo is. It seems that we can do it and all of that is well established in the memo, but what benefit is there?
Yeah, sure.
As I understand it, is to keep the public out of their property. So right now, the public can wander down, as you heard from this gentleman, can wander down in between their properties. They can dump, they can camp. It's a public easement. By vacating it, the public is no longer entitled to walk down there, and they can gate their own land.
Okay. At least for me, it just seems there is a public easement there for whatever benefit it may have for access, the public utilities that are there. I just don't see a compelling reason to change that. I know we have other items on the agenda too, but that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell. Oh, I thought you had.
I didn't have any more
Okay.
comments. I don't know if there's a way that the neighborhood could work out some kind of agreement together. I mean, that's usually a better way to approach these types of things. So I don't know.
Yeah, and I support Supervisor Kirk working with the group to find a better way. And at this point, I'd like to call for a motion.
It's my district, so I'll make a motion, staff recommendation.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Kirk and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg to what?
Approve the vacation.
Go upon staff recommendation.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? So it carries 4-0-1.
No reason. With the easement.
All right, now we have two other items that have been pulled from our consent calendar. I'm shuffling through here. So yes, Tanya, can you read item number 13, please? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
There's been a lot of trash.
Thank you. Item 13, approving the reorganization of the Assessor's Recorder's Office as outlined in the staff memorandum.
All right, welcome.
Thank you. Kara McGettigan, Deputy County Administrator for HR, here today with Keenan Whitman, the Assessor Recorder. So as noted in the staff report, The assessor recorder department has two divisions that are each very important to bring revenue directly into the general fund. Both of those divisions under Keenan's purview are undergoing some unusual and unprecedented personnel issues. Typically, we would bring reorganizations through the budget process. But in order to secure the revenue, there are certain things programmatically that have to be done prior to July. So we needed to make some changes sooner. So to summarize briefly all of the attachments that you're seeing, one of the most important things that we are looking at doing is flexibly staffing the positions, which is certainly a change that we would be hoping to make across other county positions as well. Essentially what it means to make a position flexibly staffed is to change a position from being a 1-2 series to also include a senior level series, which means that as incumbents who are working in the role obtain the skills and experience necessary to perform more complex work, they are able to do that without going through a more complicated process. So it simply opens the position from a 1-2 to a 1-2 senior series. A lot of the words on that board memo are simply explaining that in a lot more verbose fashion. There are several other changes that we are recommending on this board memo. As you can see, Keenan is here to answer specific questions about the operations in his unit. I will say the only other thing I wanted to highlight was there were some positions on here changing the assessment recording technician series and the recordable document examiner series, both of which have an enhancement of duties, which did require some modifications to the pay as well. All of those did go through the meet and confer process and were approved.
I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, so I'll ask the board if they have any clarifying questions. Supervisor Brandon.
Sure, I can kick it off. And first I want to say, you've done previous presentations, Keenan, and your team is obviously punching above their weight in other counties and the amount being processed, and that's great. And I really do appreciate when our department heads are bringing in kind of innovative, okay, how do we make sure we have a pipeline for folks to move up and develop, or make sure that the positions are correct. So I don't have any issues with that. It's two specific things. One is just technical, explaining that there's a salary savings here. It says there's no net cost. I just wanted to know, are we talking about from previously unfilled positions, but there'll be a future ongoing cost? What I'm seeing from the budget there, they're not huge increases, but they are increases. I guess I'm not identifying where the reduction would be that's kind of commensurate.
You're absolutely right, Supervisor Brandon. There are going to be future costs to the county. The reason we have an immediate savings this year is we will be bringing in 2 new positions at lower steps than where they're currently at. And so as they work through their steps in future years, there will be a cost increase. And we also have some vacancy savings. So our auditor appraiser position has been vacant since January 13th, and we will be doing an internal hire, and depending on the candidate for the internal hire, then that position will also be vacant, and it will create some salary savings for this year. Next year, we do anticipate being about $19,000 in a cost to the county of $19,000. The year after that, it's only going to be about $4,000 is a cost to the county. And the reason for that is we are also bringing on a retired annuitant that isn't mentioned in this packet. We are behind on our mandatory audits and also on the unsecured role. Kind of as you alluded to earlier, we do punch above our weight. And when we do look at our workload, we do really consider all the different aspects of the assessment role and the different timelines of the process. The one that kicked this off is the auditor appraiser position went vacant. And the auditor appraiser is extremely busy from January through July, and then again when unsecured tax bills get sent out in August. And then we have assessment appeals that kind of kick off from about August through November. And so we saw this as an opportunity to shift workload from our assistant assessor to the auditor appraiser function. And then also they're going to be taking on the mobile homes to fill in those other 2 months. That is also going to alleviate work for the appraisers. And so we wanted to use this opportunity to go ahead and create this new position to kind of help with the workload that we're feeling in all the different areas. And just to kind of reinforce what Supervisor Brandon pointed out, I would like to just go ahead and pass these out. This is a breakdown here.
We can take them all.
And I do have more available for the public. So what this is when we did a salary survey for our position, the HR also looked at full-time employees for the assessor's office, full-time employees for the recorders, and then the total county full-time employees. And I just wanted to point out, when you look at Tuolumne on the assessor side, we have 11. On the recorder side, we have 3. When you look at any like Calaveras, they're at 17 positions and 5 positions. And really, I mean, even Amador, which is about a half our size or a third of our size, they have 11 on the assessor side and 4 on the recorder side. So I just wanted to point it out. Our office is always looking at how can we do more with less? How can we prioritize different tasks and duties to really kind of meet the workload that we do put on our staff? And I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to kind of highlight that. And then on the recorder side, we have 3 staff members over there. We are required to be open on every non-baking holiday, and it can make it difficult when you have a small department that has to be open, such as what we pointed out earlier with the snow and the rain. We had to have that office open, and they stepped up and did it. And that was during a time too when we had another staff member who, out of everybody's control, was on extended leave, and so there was no way for them to do it, so it fell on the shoulders of 2. So what we're doing is we have some assessment techs that we want to start training in some of the recorder duties to help alleviate some of the work that the recorder's office has to do. And in doing that, there had to be an equity adjustment of 2%. And then due to compaction, it also increased the recordable document examiners by 2% and the transfer specialist by 2%. So that's a total of 6 positions. Those 6 positions are going to be about a $7,300 annual cost to the county, but it is going to provide that flexibility for the recorder side to really function. And so like in 2006, the recorder's office was recording well, I can tell you, it was recording less documents than we did in 2021, because in 2021 we broke a record going back all the way to 2003, and they had 5 staff members at that time. Now we only have 3, and we're asking them to actually record more documents than we were back in 2006. And so any little duty that we can do on the recorder side to help alleviate, we're working towards that, and so that's why that recommendation went forward. We realized that it should be going forward on July with the budget committee and everything, but due to the fact that we have to have the unsecured assessment roll delivered to the auditor's office by July 1, we could not wait to that deadline to actually meet what we're required to do.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And so that, like I said, everything I've ever seen from it is that your office is doing exceptionally well and is exceptionally efficient. And so I have no issue with that. I do appreciate, and this is maybe to everybody, where there may not be a financial cost to 1 year due to salary savings. I will be asking about that to future years because there is still a financial impact. But absolutely with this, that seems very reasonable and well explained. You touched on my second question, which is more procedural. We had a discussion before about department reorganizations and wanting to do them all at the same time. That way we're able to kind of consider the financial impacts across the organization. So I wanted to ask the CAO's office about that. It sounds like there is a time crunch on that, but this is just in fairness to any department that's thinking they would like to do the same thing.
Right, so Kanan came to us several months ago. It's taken some time to clearly define what it was he needed and was looking for, and then to do the staff work, meaning HR department, to do all the backup. So we are doing this because he has to deliver the role. We all know if we don't have the role to the auditor's office and she can't do the allocation, we're going to have a really big problem. So this is of urgency, which is why we have pushed this up there. I'm going to go ahead and speak on the other one, but we'll get there. But the reason both of them are done is because of the level and the amount of work that is taking place. Also because of staff changes that have happened in the middle of the year. Otherwise, we have others who are waiting, you're right. But if we don't get these changes, Kanan feels he cannot deliver the role in time, which could mean, millions of dollars for the general fund. So we need to make this a priority.
All right, Tracy, thank you. That satisfies my thought on it. So hesitantly with that, again, I think it's a good rule that we do it all at the same time, but there does seem to be a good reason for that. Thank you for indulging my questions on it.
Absolutely. And we did take it before the Budget Congress as well yesterday. And so we've been meeting all the procedural guidelines that we can possibly meet with the emergency kind of at hand.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, so thanks for the presentation and the explanations. Couple items, negligible increased costs, short term. That's correct.
So the increased cost for this fiscal year, there won't be any cost increase for the end of this fiscal year. Next fiscal year, if you were to not include the retired annuitant that we will also be bringing on next year, the cost increase would be just under $1,600. If you include the retired annuitant that we will also be having on next year, then that jumps up to $19,450. The retired annuitant won't be needed beyond next fiscal year. Because we will be caught up on our mandatory audits and we won't have that pinch that we're currently under for the unsecured assessment role. Typically, we would have had somebody working on the unsecured assessment role from January till now, and that's primarily been vacant from now. And so there's definitely going to be a crunch.
No, I understand. The other thing is this is going to give your office, the assessor's office, options for recruitment, retention, provide career ladder paths, which is healthy, and that's what I'm seeing. I'm just looking for affirmation.
Absolutely.
On that. Yes. And understand the need for expediency. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
Supervisor Brandon cleared up the timing. Again, I agree that things should come before us at one time, but there's a good reason why it's here today, so I agree with that. And you answered my question about it going before the budget committee. So thank you. I know you guys bust button there and the numbers prove it. So thank you to your staff, seriously.
Thank you, and I'll
I
definitely
hope you
pass
guys are
along
listening
that
to the
thanks.
staff. You guys do a lot of work. The numbers show it. So we appreciate you and we appreciate you being here. Because I get calls from real estate agents if you're not. And that's only happened once and it was for good reason. So thank you guys.
I get those calls too.
All right, we need to go to the public now to get public comment on this item. Number 13, anybody in the room have anything they wish to say? All right, I don't see that anybody, so I'll bring it back to the board to make a motion.
I'll move to approve the reorganization of the assessor recorder's office as outlined in the staff memo.
And I will second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Ordinarily at this time, I would take a break, but I'd like to finish the consent calendar. So if you'll bear with me, I think we'll go to item number 14. And Tanya, would you please read that?
Thank you. Item 14, approving the reorganization of the Human Resource Department as outlined in the staff memorandum.
Good morning.
Good
Still
morning.
Karen McGettigan, Deputy County Administrator overseeing HR. I'm speaking right now on the recommendation to eliminate the full-time position of the Workforce Development and Planning Officer and instead adding the position of a Human Resources Manager. So as Tracy mentioned, the timing, typically we would be making these changes with the full budget packet in July. As a Human Resources Department is critical to providing that budget packet in July. It cannot wait until then to fill this position. So the Workforce Development Officer has recently, she resigned. Her last day was last week. And so she had done some really wonderful things while she was working in our office. As noted in the board memo, she did provide oversight of several initiatives, including the educational incentive program, mentorship and job shadowing programs, and collecting a lot of data and workforce analysis to determine what our next step should be to address the recruitment and retention issues that we're having all over the state. our next steps, the data is reflecting that our next steps really need to be focused on improving the symptoms and the direct services that we can provide to departments, leadership, and to staff. And that can best be accomplished through the position of the Human Resources Manager to help provide oversight and direction. So our recommendation is to eliminate the standalone position of the Workforce Development Officer and add the position of the Human Resources Manager.
All right, thank you. Any clarifying questions from the board? Supervisor Brandon?
Not questions, I think, at this time.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just want to clarify, it says that there's going to be a $7,000 cost savings, but into the future, full-time, part-time, is that going to be, isn't there going to be an increase if we're giving a bump to this position?
It's actually a lower level position. That's a great question. Thank you for asking. The Workforce Development Planning Officer was initially benchmarked at a director level position. So this is actually a cost savings into the future.
Long-term, full-time, part-time?
Long-term, full-time
If I put
savings
two
of
positions
$7,000.
side by side, it's going to be a savings in the long run.
Correct.
Okay, just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to the public to see if there's any public comment on this item. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for final comments and a motion.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to ask about this, and my apologies, because I know we scheduled a meeting and I had a meeting go late, and so I wasn't able to attend that. When this had initially come before the board, we were talking about our vacancy rate as an organization, and it may have been my flawed understanding, but I had thought we were approving a position at that time that was a fairly substantial amount of recruitment within that position. It did mention a number of times within the job position. Anyway, ancient past. We're here today. We have a vacant position. We're still facing, it seems like, a significant vacancy rate as an organization. I was hoping to, I guess that actually would have been a good question, is if you could give us an update on how that may have changed and if we're still facing I think it was about 20% or something around there before. Yeah.
Sure. Our vacancy rate typically does sit right around 20%. I think right now at the moment it's closer to 17. But those things they fluctuate literally on a monthly basis. So 20% is the estimate that I think we can use. That's been the case, generally speaking, for the past 3 or 4 years.
Okay. So this would be my recommendation, is I think the thing that we need most as a county continues to be we need a recruiter. There happens to be a lot of out-of-work recruiters right now that can fill a lot of these specialized positions, that is familiar, not just kind of with our standard process, but is able to use headhunting software, put out ads, and really get those folks to move here. Since we're in such a difficult, competitive environment with that. So that would be my recommendation for the position. I think if we were to consider an expansion generally within HR, it's adding kind of staff, the day-to-day staff, that should be considered at budget as a department request. So that's just my recommendation to the board, is this should be, I think, a specific recruiter position. If you look at, for example, within the job titles and roles here, I think it does mention it very briefly that it will help coordinate recruiting programs of departments. But it doesn't really have any specific role to hiring. So,
if I may speak to that, Supervisor Brandon. So this position would definitely be providing oversight and direct support to staff, but we do have an analyst position that, if this were to be approved, could be moved to nearly full-time recruitment. So that need would still be met, but it would be met at an analyst level.
Supervisor Half, could I just speak to?
Sure.
I just want to make sure that the board is hearing what your director of HR is saying, that she's making a recommendation based on the need that she sees. And I'm just hoping that you will consider and respect that recommendation. She is taking all this into consideration, including recruitment. And down in her office already, if you've seen it. You've seen the work that Deb Shulman has been doing on recruitment, some beautiful recruitments. I would just ask that you would give some credence to what her recommendation is, and then not getting into the operations. And she has thought this out very thoroughly with her team. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board?
The only thing I forgot to ask, went to the budget committee, correct?
Yes.
So they all had a chance to vet it. Yeah, and I just say I always trust but verify. I reach out to some department heads and people in the organization, and they all do support. Just letting the board know they do support this recommendation. They know HR is buried and they can provide a lot of help with this position. And it is mentioned in here that I believe part of this is going to still be recruiting, like you said. So
Yes.
I understand what Supervisor Brandon said, because this board, even though I was voted against it, this board did want somebody full-time recruiting. So I understand why it's important to the board. So thank you for covering that in your memo.
Thank you.
At this point, I'll entertain a motion. I'll
move on,
move.
staff.
I'll move.
Do it.
I don't get a chance to do this as chair very often. I'll move on the department head recommended request that we approve reorganization of the Human Resource Department as outlined in the staff memo.
I'll second.
Okay, so it was moved by Chair Half, seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Abstention? Okay, so it carries 4-0-1 with one abstention.
Thank you.
Supervisor Half, can we please recall item 13? There's just one minor correction that we want to make sure your board is aware
Sure.
of. Thank you.
So we're going to recall item number 13. Do we have to read that again?
Yes,
Protocol?
please.
Okay. Tanya.
Item 13, approving the reorganization of the Assessor's Recorder's Office as outlined in the staff memorandum.
So we must have missed something. Ms. Carrillo. Oh, Mr. Whitman.
Apologies. Kane and Whitman Assessor Recorder. There's one small typo that we made on the pay range for recordable document examiner number 2. We referenced the new step 5 as $23, 23.2997, when the 2% would actually be 23.4997. It was a typo of the 2 and the 4, and we would just like to make that one amendment before the board.
All right, so then we'd need another motion. Do we need to go to this public and the whole thing?
Yes. Just
Okay. So with that, I will go, with that correction, I will go to the public to see if there's any comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for any final comments.
No comment. I'm ready to make a motion.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, where is that? You said technician 2?
Yeah, so it's recordable document examiner number 2. And so if you see the chart, it says current step 5 and new step 5. For new step 5, the 2% from 23.0390 would be 23.4997.
Draft document, I guess, right?
Here, let me.
He's
okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And anyone else?
So as I move to make the motion initially, I'll repeat the motion approving the reorganization of the Assessor Recorder's Office as outlined in the staff memo with corrections noted.
Okay. Second. I think did I second last time?
You did.
All right, I'll second again.
Okay.
It's my second.
So it was reauthorized, I guess we'll say, by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, it still carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And at this point, we're going to take a break before we resume our meeting. So in 10 minutes, we'll be back at 10:54. We've got a couple of stragglers, but we're going to go ahead and continue. So Tanya, would you please read item number 15?
Thank you. Item 15, consideration of adopting Resolution 24-23, recognizing March 29th, 2023 as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day.
Thank you. And I think we have Ms. Eskew and Mr. Smart to make the presentation for us today. If the green light is showing, it's on. No, it's not on.
Now it's on.
There we go.
Thank you. Vietnam Veterans Day commemorates the sacrifices of the Vietnam veterans and their families and is part of a national effort to recognize the men and women who were denied the proper welcome home more than 50 years ago. On January 12, 1962, United States Army pilots lifted more than 1,000 South Vietnam service members over jungle and underbrush to capture the National Liberation Front stronghold near Saigon. Operation Chopper marked America's first combat mission against the Viet Cong and the beginning of one of the longest and most challenging wars. Through more than a decade of conflict, the test of the fabric of our nation, the service of our men and women in uniform, stood true. Nearly 50 years after that faithful mission, we honored the more than 3 million Americans who served. We pay tribute to those who have laid to rest, and we affirm our dedication to showing a generation of veterans respect and support of a grateful nation. The Vietnam War is a story of service members of different backgrounds and creeds who came together to complete a daunting mission. It is a story of Americans from every corner of our nation who left the warmth of the family to serve their country they loved. It is a story of patriots who braved the line of fire, who cast themselves into harm's way to save a friend, who fought hour after hour, day after day to preserve the liberties we hold dear. From Da Nang to Hue, they won every major battle of the war and upheld the highest traditions of our armed forces. 11 years of combat left their imprint on a generation. Thousands returned home bearing shrapnels and scars. Still more were burdened by the invisible wounds of post-traumatic stress, of Agent Orange, of memories that would never fade. More than 58,000 laid down their lives in service of our nation. Now and forever, their names are etched into a two-face of black granite, a lasting memorial to those who bore conflict's greatest cost. Our veterans answered our country's call and served with honor. And on March 30th, 1973, the last of our troops left Vietnam. Yet in one of the war's most profound tragedies, many of these men and women came home to be shamed and shunned or neglected in the face of treatment unbefitting their courage and the welcoming unworthy of their example. We must never let this happen again. Today, we reaffirm one of our most fundamental obligations to show all who have won, I always get teary at this part, to show all who wore in the uniform of the United States the respect and dignity they deserve, and to honor their sacrifice by serving them as well as they served us. We pay tribute to the fallen, the missing, the wounded, the millions who served, and the millions more who have waited their return. Our nation stands stronger for their service, and on Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day, we honor their proud legacy with our deepest gratitude. On Welcome Home Vietnam Day, we honored the immeasurable sacrifices and contributions of our Vietnam War veterans have made to protect the life, liberty, happiness of every California and every American. All veterans deserve our deepest respect. May we always remember the heroism and courage of those who served and those who would continue to serve. Today, I'd like to introduce Frank Smart, who is a Vietnam veteran, and he is going to explain what's going to be happening on March 29th.
Thank you, Debbie. I want to thank Jerry and Brandon for taking the lead on this for us to show recognition for my generation. That's always important overall to our overall mental health, to know that people now do support us. March 29th is an important day in our history because it's the last day in 1973 when our combat troops were out of Vietnam. The war was over for us, the ground war. Of course, there was still aviation assets there, there were advisors there was other people there, but basically the war was over for my generation. The war, of course, went on for a little more than 2 more years before it finally ended in total defeat of the South Vietnamese Army because we weren't there to support them. But Then, of course, we all know the aftermath of Vietnam. What is important to me is that a little over 34 years ago, I started a group here in Tuolumne County called Chapter 391 of Vietnam Veterans of America. And of all the veterans groups I've been involved in for the last 52 years, it is by far the most dynamic, hard-charging, successful veterans organizations. And I say successful in terms of what we've accomplished. Number one, we got people's attention. They had to sit up and pay attention to us. We wouldn't go away. We were going to be there no matter what. And again, conversation is the key to everything. When we talk about our issues, we can resolve them. And people got to know us and got to realize, no, we're not all baby killers. We're not all drug addicts. Pretty normal people. Yeah, we have trouble. Don't get me wrong. We have problems. But who don't? You know? And that, to me, has been one of the great things to see my group come together. And I'll address that in another issue, another thing I want to say here later. But I do appreciate the county and last night the city of Sonora issuing a proclamation thanking us for our contributions. And I have written an op-ed piece that will be in the paper. But since everybody don't read the paper, I'd like a lot of people to hear this. Thought about this for many years. There were times when I said, no, you don't say that, Frank, because people are going to come down and criticize you. But you know, when you get 83 years old, who gives a damn? And so here it is. There are military pundits, historians, journalists, novelists, and even Vietnam veterans who will attempt to convince you that the American military and their allies lost the Vietnam War. As a veteran of that war, I wholeheartedly disagree with that premise. Here are my bona fides. I served as a combat reporter photographer for the Cavalier, the official news publication of the famous 1st Cavalry Division Air Mobile from April 1968 to April 69 in the Republic of South Vietnam. Ride, shoot, and communicate was our motto, and we were good at it. My stories that I had to get from my newspaper and for the Stars and Stripes and for other publications, that was out there in the jungles with the grunts. Wasn't back in the rear with the gear. It was in the air with the helicopter pilots and their incredibly courageous air crews. And it was on the water with the Brown Water Navy. We lost 58,498 military men and women, 8 women were killed in Vietnam, 153,000 plus wounded, 2,846 POWs and MIAs. 1,584 of those men are still unaccounted for. And that is a very sore spot with my generation and me personally. However, we killed over 600,000 of the enemy. Countless thousands were also captured or who deserted their military and came over to our side. That's a 10-to-1 kill ratio. Yet, there was no victory to claim thanks to the spineless, weak-kneed politicians in Washington, D.C. I have studied military history since I was an 11-year-old kid. That's 72 years. There's an old saying among us historians, quote, war is too important to be left to generals, end quote. True story. But on the ground, in the air, and on the water, we prevailed militarily. We took the night away from them and we hunted them down in their backyard, the jungles of South Vietnam. We fought 17 military campaigns, and by any military assessment you can come up with, we won all 17 of them. To my fellow Vietnam and to the Vietnam era veterans who were very instrumental in helping us wage our successful war, congratulations, job well done. Pat yourself on the back. We beat the enemy and we gained their respect on the battlefield. That's better than any ribbon the military can give you. The peace talks in Paris were going on. I was in Vietnam during that time when they're arguing over what size the table would be and what shape the table would be, and American men were dying. Well, after making a less than honorable peace treaty with our enemies, Le Duc Tho, the North Vietnamese representative, told Henry Kissinger that if President Nixon had not ended the bombing in North Vietnam, they were ready to come back to the peace table, hat in hand, and sue for peace. We had bombed them almost back to the Stone Age. President Nixon let them up off their knees, and then there was no incentive to negotiate in good faith with us, and our politicians sold our sacrifices down the river to our communist enemies. And again, just like Afghanistan. Can you see the connection? We shamelessly folded up our tent, abandoned the people we were trying to save, stole away into the night. Then we came home to a country whose citizens had been lied to by their government, misled by the media. Discontent, confusion, and anger all were directed at anyone in uniform at that time. In addition, we had our own service-connected issues, PTSD, Agent Orange-related illnesses, substance abuse, etc., and a Veterans Administration who were unprepared for us to knock on their doors and ask for help. Time, it heals all wounds, they say, and that is true. And in time we healed, at least to some extent, and got on with our lives. Many of us forgave our fellow citizens, I know I have, but we will never forget. And part of that is to try and make sure it never happens again. And in Operation Desert Storm, it didn't happen. Our people come home, people greeted them. There were parades, there was honors, there was everything to make sure that that generation understood that the American people supported them. That's when my generation came home. Operation Desert Storm, that's when my generation got to come home, and people were saying right out here in Courthouse Square Park, hey, I was a protester back in the day, and I apologize, I was wrong. That's huge to us. The national motto of my group, Vietnam Veterans of America, says, quote, never again will one generation of veterans abandon another. We felt we'd been abandoned by our contemporaries and by the traditional veterans organizations. But as a generation of veterans, we have excelled in any field of endeavor you can think of: politics, education, medicine, the military, the ministry, anything. Tom Brokaw said the World War II generation was the greatest generation this country has ever produced, and I wholeheartedly agree with him. The country I grew up in, I was a post-war baby, the country I grew up in was developed by those men and women who fought that war and brought those innovations home that they created, which war creates innovation. But my generation, our generation, the Vietnam generation, was the best America had then and now. And as we fade into the future, thank us. Remember us. Honor us. We still serve our fellow veterans and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
And I want to make an announcement. Thank you, Frank. April 1st at Chicken Ranch, there will be a Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans and Senior Master Sergeant Lutz, who I have been proud to serve with. He is a Vietnam veteran. He was a medic during Vietnam. He was a medic when I flew with him in Desert Shield, Desert Storm in the Gulf War. And he will be speaking at the Chicken Ranch Casino on April 1st.
Thank you.
One other thing, there will be 2 pinning ceremonies that night. We're in partnership with the Department of Defense to honor the 50th anniversary of 29 March 1973. One pin will be given to the surviving spouses of Vietnam and Vietnam-era veterans. If you know any, have them get in touch with me. I'd love to have them there that night. Also, they will be given a pin to the Vietnam-era veterans honoring that 50th anniversary.
Okay, with that, I'm going to go to the public to see if there's any public comment. Hello.
Hello. Thank you, Frank, for those moving words. I just want to provide an additional perspective. So I was on Guam, closed down the Vietnam War with you. And at that point, we took care of the survivors of South Vietnam, the boat people. And a lot of tragedy and terrible things happened during that conflict. But I do want to point out that there are people of South Vietnam that are very, very proud of what we did for them and are here with us now in America, serving in great ways. And I hope that that's part of our legacy as well, along with lessons learned to try to keep America out of such situations again. I have to say, I was part of the communications path for Dr. Kissinger as he was trying to sort this out. And that was very painful. But But we have moved beyond that now, and we've learned a lot about it. And I'm just hopeful for the future. But very, very thankful for all of our brothers and sisters that were involved in that. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to bring it to the board now for any remaining comments. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Frank, thanks for doing this, and Supervisor Brandon for helping bring this to our board. So I'm 66. I'm sorry, I was 66. I'm 68. Anyways, 1972, I had a really low number on the draft, and it ended early 1973. I had a lot of friends that went to Vietnam. A number of them have passed away, some of them from cancer, and it's difficult to say how that, occurred. PTSD is so very real, right? And what our troops, faced, when they came back and being shunned and being neglected, absolutely shameful. It was terrible. I experienced, situations during my own fire service career. And we didn't, for the first 10 years of my career, we pretty much, we saw many ugly things, right? It happens all the time in the fire service, law enforcement. But we were expected to just take it, not do anything. And that was, had very strong effects, on us. And then after a while, they finally got to, having team stress debriefings, so it's, anyways, your message is heartfelt, and just thank you for bringing it, out for everyone.
Appreciate your comment.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Frank and Deborah, for your words and your efforts, and not just today, but over the years that you've served veterans, I think in an exemplary way in Tuolumne County. And I wholeheartedly support this resolution, and I do so in honor of my father, Edward Campbell, who was a veteran, U.S. Army veteran who served during the Vietnam War as well. And I can speak from experience that there's a particular way about people that served during that period of time, where they service veterans of that era have a hard time talking about it. And I didn't even really know much about his military service until I was much older, because of course he never really spoke about it until you kind of have to drag those stories out of them, because it's important to know what people went through and to learn from and share those experiences, so that on the one side we can appreciate the sacrifices that people have made on our behalf, and so also we can learn from the mistakes that were made in the past so that we don't repeat them. So for those reasons, thank you very much for this resolution, and I support it 100%.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Frank, just thank you. Deborah, thank you for bringing this. One thing that stuck out when you were reading was the fundamental obligation, respect and dignity. I think my generation, so many kids, chief, the president, legislators, whatnot, they decide what wars we're getting into, but people who sign up for the military sign up to serve this country. And it's not up to us or those who sign up to serve what wars or conflicts they're going to be in, but they're there to serve. And that really stuck out to me, that we have a fundamental obligation to you and to everybody who serves. And so thank you for serving, Frank and Deborah, and to everybody who is in this conflict and the conflicts before this and after it, because there's going to be more. That's the world we live in. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that's really important to thank both of you. But Deb, I mean, how many years have you been also serving our veterans in Tuolumne County?
Just 35 in the Air Force, retired.
There we go. And bringing in so much help and support for that. And to Frank's motto and the 391 motto, never forgetting another generation of vets. That did happen. And that was obviously before any time I was born with that. But I want to let you know, not only, as you mentioned, our Vietnam veterans, they're getting older, right? In the later stages of their life. But the impacts of your post and the impacts of your efforts will continue on. Money you've put into a scholarship to help support the next generation, the awareness you've brought to these issues, and I think just being here today, but I mean also having, correct me if I'm wrong, probably the largest and most active chapter probably in the entire organization.
At least in the state of California.
Not too shabby, So certainly that I think is something that our local leaders in our community appreciate. We're proud of our veterans, and that we should always aspire to never forget and always remember that. And remember that legacy that you've been able to build, you and your team as well. So I appreciate that, and it was an honor to be able to do this. But this is a board resolution that I know this is shared by everybody up here in recognition of you and everybody else in the community.
And I just wanted to add before we call for a motion that your resolution states that you want to recognize men and women who were denied proper welcome upon returning home more than 40 years ago. Now, it's actually 50 years.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, because 73 to 23. We don't have to change it for this time, but I just wanted to state publicly that it's been 50 years now.
Yes, that's what I read, 50 years, because I saw that on the.
Yeah, so I'm just doubling down on that.
I will own that typo.
No.
And with that, I will call for a motion.
That I would be honored to approve, get the agenda language up, honored to move to consider adopting Resolution 2423, recognizing March 29th, 2023 as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day.
I probably second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, carries 5-0. Thank you. So with great apologies, we're going to call for the 10 o'clock appointment after 11. I'm so sorry, but our board meeting has gone long today. And Tanya, would you please read our first 10 o'clock appointment when you're ready?
Thank you. 10 a.m., presentation 1 by Jolynn Miller, Multi-County Partnership Director, University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources.
Welcome. Green light.
Got it now. Thank you so much for having us to the board. My name is Jolynn Miller. I'm the 4-H Youth Development Advisor, and I'm also the Director of UC Cooperative Extension in the Central Sierra region, which includes El Dorado, Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne counties. I'm here with my colleagues today to just share some of our really cool and exciting things that have been happening that you may or may not have known about. So with that, I'm going to get started. Welcome to the University of California's Cooperative Extension
that volume
Program
up?
in the Central Sierra.
Hold on just a minute. Because we're having a hard time hearing you on our end, so we're going to turn the volume all the way up, and maybe you can turn it up on your end as well. Looks like it's okay. We'll go with that.
And I can narrate it.
Did you know we're part
That's
of
better.
the University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources? UCCE is part of a large network of university employees that for the past 100 years have been delivering the power of UC research to our local community. Across California, UCANR boasts 3 agricultural experiment stations, 9 research and extension centers, and UC Cooperative Extension staff serve all 58 counties. Central Sierra Cooperative Extension employs 25 staff across El Dorado, Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne counties. We offer local delivery of many statewide programs, including Master Gardeners, Master Food Preservers, California Naturalist, 4-H, and UC Cal Fresh Healthy Living. In addition, our 5 advisors conduct research that is relevant to our community and includes topics such as forestry, fire and water quality, nutrition, family consumer science, viticulture and pomology, integrated pest management, rangeland management, weed science, volunteer development, and youth development. Our local office can also connect you to UCANR resources, such as the Sustainable Agriculture Research and Extension Program, UC Integrated Pest Management, California Institute for Water Resources, Nutrition Policy Institute, and the newly formed Organic Agriculture Institute. We're funded through federal, state, and county dollars. But to supplement our programs, we sometimes assess small program material fees, apply for grants, and accept donations. Local support is critical to keeping our programs afloat. True to the mission of the land-grant university system, UC Agriculture and Natural Resources connects the power of UC research in agriculture, natural resources, nutrition, and youth development with local communities to improve the lives of Californians. For more information, please reach out to us at cecentralsierra.ucanr.edu.
Okay, so that's a little commercial that I made at the beginning of the pandemic. I'll talk a little bit about, I mentioned 25 staff, but the number has grown immensely since I made that video. But it's really hard to completely remake a video to change the numbers. So when I made that video, we had 5 advisors. The current advisors right now are myself as the 4-H Youth Development Advisor, Scott Onetto, who focuses on agriculture, weed control, and natural resources. Susie Coker works on forestry and natural resources. And then we have 3 new advisors as well. In recruitment, we have I think that's the next slide actually, current statistics staff. We have administrative support in our 4 counties, including 4-H staff, master gardener staff, master food preserver staff, forestry and fire staff, healthy living as well. I'd like to call out Susie Coker as our Forestry and Natural Resources Advisor. She has been instrumental in gaining 2 very large grants, one focused on post-fire resilience and another on forest landowner stewardship, so how people that own forest lands can steward their lands better to help reduce fire. And so that's something that I think is really exciting that's adding to our numbers. We are currently in recruitment for a community health and nutrition advisor, an integrated pest management advisor, and an indigenous disaster resilience advisor. These advisors have a research focus. We're all university employees, but our main goal is to do research and bring that research, not even bring that research, but conduct research with our local community, right? So instead of having researchers in the universities in the cities, we're actually putting researchers in our community to deal with problems and issues that matter to us. We're also recruiting more 4-H staff, more master food preserver staff, and healthy living staff across the 4 counties. So the fiscal breakdown, this is really just a small, I don't really want to go into the details of this because that's not what we're talking about today, but you can see our indirect, the county support is about $160,000. It's the light blue on your pie chart. UC Cooperative Extension then brings to Tuolumne County over $900,000 in grants. The federal funding is over $450,000 via the advisors that are paid through the university funding, our volunteerism, our donations, our program revenue. So the small amount that Tuolumne County puts in, we more than bring back in all of the other resources through all of our partnerships. So in 2009 was when the big fiscal downturn happened, and that's when there was a lot of budget reductions, and there was possibility of closing down this UC Cooperative Extension in Tuolumne County in these rural communities. And so a bunch of rural communities came together, and that's when we formed the multi-county partnership with the 3 other counties. And that basically, instead of having one advisor assigned to Tuolumne County, we now have, once we have the recruitments done, we're going to have 9 advisors across 4 counties. So the FTE of advisors is exponentially bigger, and same with the staff as well. So it's just really cool to see what's been happening. I've been with UC Cooperative Extension as a 4-H advisor for 11 years, and I've been director now since 2018, and it's really cool to see what's happening. There was a really huge investment through the state legislature, kind of spearheaded by Senator Laird, and we received $32 million increase this last few years, which is the reason why we have all of these advisors coming. I will say this, we have a really long and extensive process that we go through to bid for staff to come to our counties. I put in for 3 positions out of our 4 counties, and we received all 3 positions for the Central Sierra. No other county director got all of the positions that they asked for. So I think it's a testament to the community partnerships that we have and the other people that support UC Cooperative Extension, including the board. I appreciate your support. So we have 3 new advisors with this funding that are here and started. Hardeep is actually back home visiting family. It's the first time he's been home in a while, so he can't be here today. So Hardeep was born and raised in India. He has a bachelor's in agriculture, a master's in plant science from Fresno State, and he has experience working for UC Cooperative Extension through UCCE Fresno as an assistant specialist for small farms. He has experience in wheat. You can see all the things that he has experience in, but a ton of experience. His plans are to serve clientele in crops that are important to our local community, including apples, pears, peach plums, wine grapes, of course, walnuts, cherries, olives, vegetables, and other ag crops. He's planning to develop and disseminate science-based best practices in things like nutrient management, irrigation scheduling, controlled environment agriculture, which is like greenhouses, food safety, technical assistance with regulatory compliances, marketing, and to scale equipment technology. So I'm sorry that he couldn't be here today, but that's what his expertise are, and that's what he's going to be bringing to the community members. All right, so I will let Cindy, this is Cindy.
Hi everyone. Hello to Board of Supervisors and everyone. So my name is Cindy, and I joined UC Cooperative Extension in September of last year. So I got both my bachelor's and my master's right here in California from the University of California in Irvine, and I got my PhD in forestry and wood products from the University of Washington. And so, like I said, I just joined UCCE last year, so it hasn't been long, but I have a background, solid research background in wood products, forestry, and as well as wood products manufacturing, marketing, and life cycle analysis, all that. My expertise is mostly focused on mass timber, which is a large-scale wood products that can be used as construction material to replace some of the non-renewable materials that we're currently using. And I also have research experiences in bioenergy and biofuel. Next slide, please. So here as a woody biomass and forest products advisor, CCC, and my planned work is to help the community to better plan and utilize the forest resources, because we have a lot of forest resources here in California, especially in the Central Sierra region, and we have been experiencing a lot of severe wildfires over the past couple of years. And my plan is to help the community as well as across state, the whole state, to reduce that wildfire risks and improve regional economic prosperity through better utilization of the resources. And my long-term vision here is to help local businesses, landowners, facility owners to improve their manufacturing process, biomass or forest harvest techniques, as well as promote a healthier forest management system, as well as healthier wood products industry, especially in the engineered wood products industry. And I also plan to help develop a stronger workforce, more well-trained workforce, especially within the community, for local students, and work with community colleges and all that. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Cindy. All right, now we have Flavie. Flavie just started in January, so she's very new, but we welcome her as well.
Hello, everyone. My name is Flavie Audouin. I am the Livestock and Natural Resources Advisor. I have a PhD in Natural Resources from the University of Arizona with a major in Ecology, Management, and Restoration of Rangelands, and a minor in Animal Sciences. My research was about seasonal grazing behavior, diet selection, and meat characteristics of ranch-fed Raramuri Criollo cattle in southeastern Arizona. And the Criollo is a desert-adapted breed. I have 17 years of experience in dairy and beef cattle, both in France and in Arizona, 10 years of experience with Navajo sheep, which is also a desert-adapted breed, and 10 years of experience in marketing lamb and beef directly to consumers. Oops. So as Jolene said, I just started 2 months ago, so I'm still new, but I've been able to meet with some ranchers and talk to some colleagues. And so my plans for my research and education programs are to help ranchers from this county with marketing their products. So for instance, I'm facilitating a meeting on April 5th between ranchers from here and Calaveras County to meet with an organization that's trying to help ranchers from Northern California to sell their meat to high-end restaurants, university and hospitals. I also want to investigate the viability of local meat processing facilities, because right now that's a big struggle for ranchers. They have the live animal, they have the customers, but in between there is an issue. So we have to help ranchers to do that. I also want to provide information on how to raise small livestock, because since COVID, a lot of people want to start raising their own livestock because they went to the store and there was no meat on the shelf and it created a panic. So a lot of people want to start doing that, but they have no knowledge about livestock. And so I have to try to bring some basic knowledge for that. And finally, I want to try to educate the Central Sierra citizens on the use of small livestock to prevent fire. So the potential impacts of my research and education program would be to try to increase the net revenue for ranchers, provide educational tools to help the community with their projects in raising small livestock, and finally, to try to prevent or decrease potential impacts of fire in the county. So right now I'm working with on the Ag Pass program that you're going to have on April 4th. And I'm also talking to ranchers and the Forest Service from Stanislaus Forest to try to use grazing animals to prevent the risk for fire. And I'm just going to share a small story from my experience in Arizona, where the ranchers that I was working with would sell some sheep to some people that just wanted a few sheep in their backyard to take care of their weeds. And one day, this rancher received a phone call from someone who had bought some sheep, and this person said, "I am so thankful that I bought those sheep from you. An entire fire just went through my neighborhood, and my house is the only one standing." So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Flavi. So today is really just informational to introduce you to our new advisors, to say thank you to Senator Laird and to those that gave us our historic $32 million increase, which directly benefits the community members of Tuolumne County. And so that is all I have. Do you guys have questions?
I'm going to take it to the community first for their comments, and then I'll bring it back to the board. So do we have anybody in the audience who would like to speak to this presentation?
Thank you. I really appreciate your emphasis on grazing to control fire. We are very much into that and control the vegetation on our property, grazing cattle, and my wife grazes chickens, whatever that means. But and it's very, very effective. And the more that can be emphasized for the forest in general, that's awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for both questions and comments. Anybody here? No? Yes? Go ahead, Supervisor Kirk.
I think it's cool. We got a Chen and a Flavie, is that how you say it, from France?
Cindy and
Cindy, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So
Last name
anyway,
Chen, but yes.
I love the background that you guys bring to the table. I guess my question is, I'm sitting here listening to you talk about biomass and your background, and you talking about meat and forest or in vegetation maintenance, through animals. Are you guys connecting, and it sounds like you are, I just want to ask the obvious question, are you guys connecting the dots locally with all the partnerships and the organizations, or are you looking for the board to help facilitate any of that? Because like with the biomass facility coming online, with the 10 million that we just got for, fuels reduction, like these are things that I feel like should be heard amongst a lot of other community partners. So are those dots being connected?
I hope so. I mean, I think that we try to work with a diverse audience, that UC Cooperative Extension tends to have our fingers in a lot of different organizations and coalitions in the community. But if there's ever a connection that you think we should know about, that you may or may not know about,
like Dory, OES with fire.
Yeah,
like
so
the college with
Dory actually helped us write the position call for the Indigenous Disaster Resilience position, and she will be on the interview panel.
And are you guys in contact with the biomass facility coming in and all that?
Yes.
Okay.
So Cindy yes, we do. But like I said, you never know who we are not reaching. So please, if you ever think of something, email it to us and we'll say, hey, we're already in touch with them. Yes. And oh, no, thanks. We'll get in touch with them.
Okay, cool. And it was interesting. I was just down the Bay Area and they use sheep for all the hillsides in San Carlos Hills and Palo Alto. And so that's cool. And I, during COVID, started raising sheep, chicken, pigs. We just had a baby baby doll lamb just born, but we graze all of our own meat and stuff. And it would have been great to call you and say, hey, what the hell am I doing? But I figured it out along the way. But it is fun, and it's definitely new. And so I think it'd be great. I just want to make sure you guys are connecting the dots, because I know a lot of people would love to know about this resource. So I'll put it out there on my stuff, but I think you guys need to spend a lot more time up front making sure you're connecting the dots, because there's a big need, I think, bigger than you guys know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in general, similar to like the 4-H program, it's considered the best kept secret, right? So UC Cooperative Extension is often a secret that we don't want to be a secret. So any sort of advocacy, we send you guys, you should all be receiving our monthly newsletter. So make sure that you keep an eye out for that. Find out when there are events. We have Prescribed Burn Association workshops. We have all sorts of things that are happening locally and within the Central Sierra. And so please pass that out. Follow us on Facebook. We post our workshops and events and things like that.
Cool. Thank you. Nice meeting you guys.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate the presentation. I think best kept secret that wants to be more public about it is a really good way to describe it, because there is so much to love about the UCC programming and through that UC A&R. Without going through all the amazing programs you offer the community, which is fantastic, and seeing these state investments on an ongoing basis to help us with wood products and to help us with developing our livestock industry. I mean, one thing I think, Jolene, you're actually the one to tell me this, way back when, so this all was founded with the series of land grant universities with the intent not, I would say, of helping the urban areas, but it was meant to use public lands for agriculture and engineering. So you have all these, Texas mechanical engineering,
Yeah.
A&M, right? And when we look at UC A&R, and I think what the vision coming up is, it's how can this be a research laboratory? How can this be a partner to local governments? We do not have a research department per se. This is something where we're able to partner to create new things and help offload some of these responsibilities and have the vast resources of the UC system behind us. I know it was exciting to see that 4-H, I knew that as well. A lot of the ag kids do it. And oh no, the Sparks programs that they all do,
Right.
the internships and the public speaking, it's incredibly sophisticated in a way that I never understood growing up. So I just want to say to all of you, thank you. Avi, welcome. Welcome to the county. I hope you enjoy it. It's been a pleasure so far to learn about the organization and to work with you. I'm very excited about it. And to the rest of the board, this is just me maybe brainstorming with it, but I've seen in some other counties where there have been partnerships between UC A&R and UCCE to potentially collaborate on positions that are challenging research fields, water, power, looking at, ranching and agricultural development, where we're able to have a staff person, but hire at a competitive level through a partnership with somebody that has access to all the resources of the UC system. I know some other counties are doing that, and I just would encourage us as we look at economic development or the grants we're seeking, or I think some of the big changes that we're pretty united on looking at, that UC A&R and UCCE be considered not just as a really upstanding community organization, but a very valuable partner that could make some cool stuff happen. So anyway, long way to say, yeah, guys rock, and I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much for your support.
So my comments are, first of all, to welcome you newbies, even if I think you said you've been here for 3 years?
No, 6 months.
6 months. Okay, so you qualify as a newbie. To both Cindy and Flavie, welcome. And I do have some comments for both of you. Cindy, with the help to the biomass industries, we are going to be needing help as far as the workforce for that, because they're going to bring in a lot of jobs within a couple of years. And there's quite a few biomass projects now underway in the county, but 3 of them are fairly large. So I'm going to ask for both of you to get your cards or your contact information so we can stay in touch about that. Flavie, your local meat processing facilities, you're speaking right to my heart, because Supervisor Jaron, Brandon, and myself have had this on our wish list and tried to get something going since we've been in office. So we want to work with you on this and get something going between Calaveras and Tuolumne counties as soon as possible. I'm a firm believer in localizing our food. The pandemic, if it taught us anything, it taught us we need to get our act together as far as growing food and growing meat. And so whatever we can do towards that end, I'm all in. And then a third thing that I didn't see come up, so I have a question for you, Jolynn. You know that we've kind of resurrected the Tuolumne County Water Agency, and we are working with local partners not only here in the county but downstream and around us and the other counties, other water agencies. And the thing that has come up most is a concern for watershed health in connection with the forest health and wildfire mitigation projects and so forth. So I'm interested in knowing what kind of research program could be implemented along with all of our projects that we've got. We've got millions of dollars worth of projects going on in the forest now to kind of clean them up. And I would be sincerely interested, and I imagine our board would too, but we haven't discussed this, so I can only speak for myself, in doing some research on watershed health in conjunction with cleaning up the forest. So that's something to be thinking about. Maybe you and I can talk offline.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have connections to advisors that focus solely on water, watershed, water health, water resources. So we have those. They are not in the Central Sierra, but we have connections to them that work in California around water. And then we can also talk about how potentially our natural resources, livestock advisors can help with some of those things as well, because ranching, all of those things have an impact on water. So, yeah. Please feel free to call me or email me anytime and we can talk about the possibilities.
Okay, great. And with that, I'll look for a motion.
No motion, I don't think.
Oh, we don't?
I think we're just presenting.
That's right, it's for information only.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good job, you guys.
Thank you. And what I'm gonna do next is, in a kind of cool way, in terms of Supervisor Kirk asking if our dots are connected, I'm going to introduce the next presentation.
So let's let our clerk read the next 10 o'clock appointment first, and then you'll have at it.
Thank you, Chair. 10 o'clock, presentation 2 by UC Cooperative Extension and UC Merced on a joint project called Sustainable, Low Cost, and Fire Retardant Materials for Climate Adaptation in High-Risk Communities, and direction to submit a collaborative grant proposal to University of California Office of the President's California Climate Action Seed Grant due April 6, 2023. There's no monetary contribution required for this grant or project.
Okay, so in a kind of cool, the dots connecting realm, Cindy Chen hit the ground running, having lots of meetings with different community economic development groups within the Central Sierra. And she has been working, I believe, through, I think, a partnership with Supervisor Brandon and CAO Riggs to potentially help UC Merced apply for this grant. And so these are the connections exactly that I'm talking about, or that you're asking about, Supervisor Kirk, is that how can we as UC Cooperative Extension help our community and by connecting these partnerships. So we're using Cindy's knowledge and expertise in wood products, wood biomass, and as a local expert, a university expert, somebody that can help write grants to partner with UC Merced for this presentation. So Dr. Liliana, let me pull up her name Dr. Lilian Davila from UC Merced is planning to present on Zoom. I will say this, that our meeting was at 10 a.m. So I'm hoping that she'll still be able to be on Zoom. And so it sounds like Cece's been working with her. So we're trying to get her on Zoom. So I apologize for the delay. But anyways, I think that it's just fun, the connections that we all had. So I'll wait. Maybe. Do you want me to do a little song and dance to like? Something's there. Nope. Usually the little calendar. Let me scroll down here. Technical difficulties.
Supervisor Half, maybe while they're getting this up, I'll kind of give the board a quick summary of how I got pulled into this and how I felt it really fits in well with what we're doing and the potential work that we will begin doing. So Supervisor Brandon had been keeping me abreast of this. I just hadn't joined in the conversations, and I did join a conversation with the individual Lillian, who will be on here shortly, and listen to what they were doing. And I think you'll find that it fits in well with the very work that we are already involved in with the Master Stewardship Agreement, some of the biomass facilities, the high fire severity zones, and something that they'll discuss, and I don't want to take away what she'll go into, but something they'll discuss is essentially a new product for 3D printing. And that this is something, it's what it caught my eye, is the fact that the product we're bringing off our own mountains could be used to create maybe the very product that would do 3D printing that's resistant to fire, that could be used for homes. So I won't even pretend to be able to explain what they're doing, but it got my attention, and I thought through our partnership with the UC Cooperative Extension and through UC Merced, it could be a great opportunity. And if this works, how awesome would it be if it were born here in Tuolumne County? They've done a lot of work, so hopefully you'll get to see part of that presentation. And I think Lily's listed Davila. So it's Dr. Davia. And then Cindy Chen is also on there. And hoping we can get her up, because I think you'll find what they're doing to be very, very interesting and fits in well with what we're doing.
I think it's, again, a good testament to how we as UC Cooperative Extension are utilizing these state resources to bring in these advisors that are helping apply for grants that are bringing money back to Tuolumne County. Getting closer.
Do you have any way of notifying them that we're on now? Oh,
She's on.
Okay,
We
great.
finally got it.
All right.
Hi, Dr. Davila.
Have to unmute and start her video, right? Can we do that from our end?
Hey, Dr. Davila.
Hello.
Perfect. Hey, thank you for being here. We had some technical difficulties, but we're working on getting your presentation up and going.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So again, I'd like to introduce Dr. Davia from UC Merced. Cindy Chen is going to advance the slides because she knows the information. And take it away, Dr. Davia.
Thank you so much. All right. So are you gonna share the screen, or should I go ahead and share my screen?
We have the screen already shared for you. You'll just have to tell us next slide. So currently we're on the sustainable low-cost fire retardant materials slide.
Okay, in the first page. Okay, good. All right. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Today's presentation is titled Sustainable Low Cost and Fire Retardant Materials for Climate Adaptation in High-Risk Communities. My name is Lilian Davila, and I'm a faculty researcher at UC Merced. Thank you for the opportunity again. Next slide, please. So I'll briefly introduce, before talking about the proposal that we're working, that is due April 6th. I'm going to do a little bit of motivations, background, methodology, highlights in future work on collaborations. Next, please. So the University of California has an ambitious goal to achieve net zero carbon emissions within the UC system by 2025 through the Carbon Neutrality Initiative, which requires multiple strategies at different levels, local, state, and beyond, collaborations and investments, market-based solutions, and training while we train future leaders and pursue community engagement. Over the past decade, materials research on economic or eco-friendly building blocks, also known as green bricks, has steadily increased. So my group at UC Merced started pursuing some literature review back in 2017 on this topic, and to know what the current state of the knowledge was. The approaches address challenges, different approaches address challenges such as reproducibility, reliability, and the use of renewable materials while preserving properties. Next, please. So the material of interest in our group is to use waste or recyclable natural materials for sustainable construction and the reduction of carbon footprint. The criteria involves preserving physical properties that provide both safety while also meeting the housing building codes. Also, we want to pursue low-cost insulation material that is affordable and that is easy to rebuild and to build and rebuild. We also obviously want to reduce carbon footprint while we improve some markers like air quality, health, and others. And the material could potentially open economic opportunities for communities. And most importantly, we aim to improve the resiliency of materials to meet disasters like fires. And that can be also adaptable. This ideal material be adaptable to different regions. Next, please. So we aim to identify materials that can build houses and are resilient to disasters. We want to maintain different properties like fire resistance, water, earthquake, and hurricane resistance as well. How do we do that? Is we focus on wood-based materials that contain a ceramic binder that provides structural stability while providing fire deterrency. We have created a set of different sizes of blocks, up to 12-inch thick blocks, and they are very unique in that they are both light in weight, while they're also, we don't use any energy in the process of making these samples. Next, please. Another motivation, obviously, is to promote forest management. So we want to be able to use raw material that comes from the massive supplies of wood waste available in different regions in California. And as we know currently, wood waste in the Sierra Nevada is typically burned on site or shipped out of state and abroad even. Next, please. So the building block for for housing has been one of them has been obviously bricks. So bricks have been regarded as one of the oldest and strongest building materials. The idea here is that by incorporating waste or recyclable materials in the bricks, we could perhaps look into practical solutions to the pollution problem. Next. So in addition, bricks are very interesting because they can be created even more environmentally friendly, because if you don't use any firing in the process, so-called fire bricks, they have this added value that they don't require. They require less energy to begin with. It's mostly the mechanical energy that we use to create them, but we can reduce further the carbon footprint associated with any structure that can be built. So we have done a thorough literature research on previous studies that have been focused on this type of on fire and fire bricks, actually. So we found a review paper that compare different types of materials, waste materials that have been studied thus far. And there are two traits or trademarks that they suggest to look for to meet the minimum threshold for considering a waste material as a construction material. That being water absorption and compressive strength. Next, please. So I'm in slide 8. You will see a listing of 18 studies that have been reported thus far using waste materials that are very different to the ones that I'm going to be presenting. But it gives you a sense that there's not only very active work in this area, but the analysis of these 18 studies basically say that any materials with recommended threshold values for compressive strength and water absorption need to be considered closely before we can pursue construction materials or applications. Next, please. So this slide methodology highlights in a nutshell illustrating the kinds of efforts we have done at UC Merced. We have prepared different samples using your traditional molding methodologies, and we mix these wood. In our case, we mix wood chips with these binders, and we leave them during at room temperature in the molds for about 7 hours for these particular sizes, and we leave them dry for a while after removing them from the molds. And then we pursued some water absorption tests under different water temperature conditions, and we pursued compressive strength tests in our laboratories as well. So the overall results are being prepared for publication, but I wanted to show some of the illustrations about the efforts on preliminary tests that we have conducted. So the results overall show very good promise in both the water absorption and the the mechanical test. And so next, please, we see a lot of potential for these, for applying these materials in other applications, not only in walls of houses, but also in different parts of the houses like panels, tiles, sidings, and different other parts associated with the house. Next, please. But obviously, we need to do a lot more studies for larger samples, and there's different 3 specific areas that I'll talk a little bit about in the next slides. The future work, obviously, is that while we consider these different wood forms, whether they are wood chips or many other, there's also sawdust and many others, that we could also look into identifying a satisfactory composition and form factors that would need to be considered, manufacturing techniques as well, and we want to create a small housing prototypes and conduct in the future more seismic tests and things like that. We also need to conduct a full life cycle analysis for these type of products, and all this gives us, the idea that we have to pursue more interdisciplinary efforts in order to accomplish this in a faster fashion. Next, please. I'm in slide 12. More recently, we have collaborated with Professor Janet Cobian in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at UC Merced to conduct fire tests on these samples. And basically, we have confirmed that these materials have fire retardant properties and under different conditions. Next, please. Obviously, we need to do more tests, and so that's part of the rationale that we are pursuing this grant. So in my final remarks here is that we have conducted laboratory tests on these samples and measured the mechanical durability property. We've also conducted some preliminary fire behavior tests. And the other major highlight is that our results show that we have good potential of this new green material to meet sustainability criteria. But more needs to be obviously done. So next slide is a list of references. In the following slide, number 16, is a transition slide to talk about now in the context of the University of California Office of the President seed grant opportunity. Next, please. So we have submitted a letter of intent to the University of California, and they have selected some projects for full proposal. We have been among the lucky ones who have been invited. The idea is to that we are proposing a 2-year sea grant. And this proposal or this grant opportunity is very unique in that it has a research component as well as a community engagement component. So it's a very nice opportunity to bring all those elements that I talked about before. And so, bless you. And so we have an opportunity to do some research in the lab as well as some tests in outdoors. So we have several people that are going to be joining that have already been invited, and they're part of the team. We're going to be some UC researchers. And the idea is to collaborate, to create some of these materials and do tests in the lab, and use different manufacturing techniques to create parts of house models. And then if approved, the idea would be to create a working station in Tuolumne so that we can bring the samples and sample them. And we want to create different house models and also cabin type of models, and conduct some evaluation and test further. As the graphic shows here in the lower part of the slide, once we fabricate these models, we want to test them, and one of the tests will require to have CAL FIRE expert team basically conduct prescribed fires outside. This will involve a week only a year of these firing events. And then after the test, we'll have our soil scientists do some collection of the soil content below the prototypes to measure, as she's measuring the carbon content in the soil before and after each event, so that we have some indication of what real life conditions and the impact on the carbon emissions from these prototypes in comparison to other similar construction models. While all these processes happening, there's a good feedback loop so that we can basically. Sorry, it's my alarm. The feedback loop will allow us to do community engagement activities that will provide survey information and the like. And I'll leave Dr. Cindy Chen talk a little bit about that aspect, that she's involved both in the life cycle analysis as well as the community engagement piece. So next slide is a brief schematic of the current timeline for these and the teams that are involved in different tasks for each year. And then slide 19, I'll leave Dr. Chen to talk about the community engagement part. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. So I am currently working with Dr. Devella from UC Merced on this project. So we are discussing how we can bring the community into this project and research, because I think it will be a really good opportunity for us to also identify the urgent needs in the community. So that's why we were planning on collecting surveys and organize outreach programs to get the community involved, so we can see what is needed here. And we can also, not just us doing or UC Merced doing research, it's also learning from the community and see how we can make this product more suitable in real life. And we also, as a UCCE, we do a lot of work just to bridging the gap between research institutions like University of California with the local community. So that's going to be a really important part of this project. and also during this project, we will plan to recruit some local community college students, and we can provide them with trainings and hands-on experiences on topics such as research methodology, life cycle analysis, as well as lab work training, and all that from UC Merced. So we have collaborated in UC Merced doing those type of workshop and trainings, and we plan to recruit, give local students this opportunity to not just help us conduct this research, but also gain something from this. That's our current plan.
Thank you. So I'll be happy to answer any questions or anything that was not clear.
Okay, so I'll bring it to the board to see if there are any questions for anyone. Dr. Lillian Davila, not sure if I'm saying that right. For Cindy.
You got it.
Okay, good. Or for Jolyn. Anybody have any questions?
One of the things you guys discussed is at the end, you're going to have a mock trial where you light the thing on fire. Isn't there a way to test this stuff before you go through a whole process of creating it and then building a structure out of it? Like, isn't there laboratories that you could test the fire resiliency of it? Just a curiosity.
Yeah, that's a good point. So we are going to conduct some, we have done some preliminary studies that here at Merced for about a year. So we feel that it's going to require very limited exposure. The size of the models are very small. They're like either desktop models or cabin size, but we're doing mostly the prescribed fires as a way to collect information and do demos and collect videos so that we can communicate to the broadly the effects and the comparison of some of these with other materials that we have videos of. So this is more for outreach and education. We will have other types of tests done in the lab as well. Hopefully in UC Berkeley, we're still kind of ironing out the details. But we feel that we can, alongside with CAL FIRE, we can do this in a safely manner in a time that works for everybody. And we're limiting both the size and the duration of these. These will probably take no more than an hour each day for 5 days, once a year. So hopefully all that can be done.
Okay. And then my only other question is, I saw some of the pictures in the presentation, and it looks like ICF buildings where they basically build them out of those same blocks, but they use concrete. So I'm assuming the whole idea is basically like an ICF structure. However, we're just trying to use renewable, basically pull materials out of the it's the same idea, right?
Yeah, it's just that this material could be used as a part of the ICF blocks, but for now we are focusing on just your regular panels. And there will be, with the 3D printing, if it works, because the wood 3D printing is relatively new. And so with wood plans, we might be able to do a specific geometries that have some of the energy efficiency benefits of creating very specific panels of different geometries.
Okay, so those are my questions. I think my only comment is I think this things like these are the future as far as where the U.S. is headed and being the whole carbon conversation and materials. I get that's where things are headed. And in the presentation we talk about jobs, and I just hope that as these studies and as these conversations move forward, there's also going to be a lot of other jobs that are going to be offset. If look at the building code. If you were to apply this to the building code in a year or two, let's just say that as an example, it would astronomically increase the cost of a building. So I just hope that as we're going down this path, there has to be a transition period. There has to be a give and take and some fluidity, because I could see this really easily jacking up the cost of housing in the immediate, which would just make it even worse on as far as how many units we have on the market, both locally and in California. So I'm curious if that's being part of the conversation as well.
Well, we have in our team an economic analysis component, because we really want to keep both, several parameters in check, obviously. But one of the things we want to see, we want to get an analysis of all the impacts, economic-wise and environmental aspect as well, on these products. But if the manufacturing techniques and the raw material work and all these other elements, learning from the community, they all line up, this could lead to cheaper houses. It's just that the way we're doing the panels will involve different technologies, and it will potentially create new opportunities on site. That's the beauty about this, is that you don't need to send these somewhere else across the country, but potentially create opportunities there that could lead to new jobs, new training, better economy. So this is overall good for the environment, for people, and the economy of the region.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Doctor, for being with us today. I appreciate the feedback.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. At this point, I'm going to bring it to the audience, the people, the public that are here right now, to make comments. And if you have questions, please ask the board and we'll ask whomever.
Just a comment. You might be expecting me to say, the Housing Collaborative is very interested in innovative technologies for building. We have a huge gap to close between the cost of construction and cost of homes and our ability for our population to have incomes that can afford it. So whatever we do, this needs to pencil out fiscally. And so anyway, I think there are a lot of people up here in Tuolumne that are interested in being part of developing this technology over the years that it's going to take. So I'm just suggesting that this might be something for our Housing Collaborative to take on, and or the other is our Tuolumne County Business Council has a pretty significant footprint in the housing development aspect of what we do here. And you can contact me, and I'll share my contacts directly. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Come on up.
Hi.
Hi.
I still have a couple of questions that I'm not clear on. I think Anaya was attempting to get the answer, but is this a structural product or is this strictly insulation-based product? I wasn't quite sure on that, whether these bricks are actually used for the structure itself or if they're being used just for the insulation cavities.
So I would defer that question to somebody on your team. It looked like there were several, like 4 different applications, if I'm correct.
Yes, and the answer is both. There are people who have created similar materials in other countries like Australia and others that basically have similar wood-based type of housing structures, like walls. And so in the United States, it hasn't been adapted yet because we have different building codes. And so a different scenario from that perspective. So we believe that this is not only good for loading, high load capacity, but also we're focusing right now for the meantime in panels, and then building panels for different, for ensembling these small prototypes to make it a little bit more realistic in terms of times and being able to get some meaningful data. But we have also conducted in the university some preliminary thermal property kind of assessments. And these materials seem to, as blocks, they are showing very good values in that area too. We are going to conduct additional tests at UC Davis in collaboration with my partner there. So hopefully we can get, more robust information about those additional properties.
Okay, can I still comment?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was my time.
Go ahead.
So as a builder, I've worked with ICF, and it proposes a lot of challenges for other aspects of construction, particularly plumbing and electrical and HVAC and all that.
Yeah.
That really has to be planned out in advance. So one of my concerns would be, for the costs involved with that, for local builders and subcontractors who are going to have to deal with those situations who may not be ready to. It's one of my big concerns. And then just cost, people have already mentioned that. And then additionally, what do we do about educating the public, other builders? I'm extremely interested in this sort of thing as, both a community member. I'd love to see some of the waste wood be able to be used that's strewn all about the county. I think that's extremely important. And I'm also just a curious guy who likes to experiment with different types of building stuff. I probably have the most heavily insulated home in all of Twain Harte. However, having worked with tons of contractors, it's a stretch to get them to change the way they do things. And so I'm sure that hopefully you're talking to builders and also to other industry providers. I know LP makes a product that I really like that uses, waste wood. I've been using for a while. It's fire resistant and pest resistant, and I really like it. So I do think there's room for this type of thing, but there's lots of questions that I would have as a builder. Hopefully those are being addressed.
No, and I appreciate that. In fact, I have collaborators that are trying to do on a large scale, the actual houses and the like, but they encounter a lot of challenges. So what I'm trying to do with this very focused effort is I'm not trying to get to that larger scale yet. I'm trying to do a one level forward in a solid way. So the nice thing about these funding opportunities, it can bring all the players who have high interest, including the community. And there's a lot of things we don't know. And I don't want to just conduct things in the lab and, make these bold claims. So that's why this opportunity is very important, because we can learn from each other. We can try to adapt it to the reality of the region that we're focusing. And we're just going to try to do these panels for now to conduct and do measurements. And then the idea is to extend further opportunities to expand these studies. And we'll probably, if everything goes well, we will definitely need to work with, people who are actually creating these in much larger scales.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'm looking at the clock, and we're starting to impinge upon staff's lunch. So I'd like to, this is fascinating. It's just a fascinating study. And what we're here to recommend is for the board to approve a joint application supporting a grant to the University of California Office of the President's California Climate Action Seed Grant, and it's due pretty soon in April 6th. So what we're here to do is to possibly approve that, and I'd like to call for a motion.
And thank you, Chair. I was thinking this along the same lines that, we're talking about the state funding a study to look at ways of testing and building home prototypes using these materials. So we're not at a point where we can really make a judgment call about whether these are better or worse than materials that are currently being used, but we won't know that until we study it. And so I'm supportive of this grant application, and so I'd like to make the motion that we accept the staff recommended action.
Great, and do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your time. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. So before we depart for lunch, I do want to mention that the 11:30 appointment has been pulled. So when we come back, we will be starting with number 16, I believe it is, item number 16. Okay, I'll call the March 21st Board of Supervisors meeting back into order. And Tanya, would you please read our next item?
Thank you. Item 16, consideration of reappointing members of the Tuolumne County Planning Commission for Districts 2, 3, and 1 at-large member with terms set to expire on February 15th, 2027.
Thank you. And Ms. Yaley, I imagine you are going to make a presentation.
It will be brief. Good afternoon. My name is Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. Before you on this item, we have your consideration and appointment or reappointment of members of our Tuolumne County Planning Commission. Districts 2, 3, and an at-large member seat are currently at the end of their terms. And when we wrote this, we originally had 5 applications. Now we have 7. And so those have all been attached, though, and are in your packet. So you'll see 7 names in your packet, but when we started this, we had 5. The Planning Commission, as you know, deals with a number of land use issues, sometimes is a deciding body for a discretionary permit, and sometimes is a recommending body to your board. The applications attached, there's 2 for District 2, 4 for District 3, 1 at-large member, although any of the other candidates who are wishing to seek a district seat could also fill the at-large seat. So the at-large seat can be from any district. So yes, we have 3 seats. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, you said you had 2 from District 2 and how many from District 3?
4 by my count.
4. Okay. And so I think before we go to board discussion, what I'd like to do is consider District 2 first, then consider District 3, and then go to the at-large. That's okay with everybody? Okay. So what I would like to do first is call for anybody from the audience that is here wanting to make a comment or recommendation for the District 2 representative for the Planning Commission to please come forward. Let me see. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I just want to make sure that Brad is also District 2. So does that make 2 or 3? I didn't look at the document at the last minute.
So I need a point of clarification. So people applied for specific positions, and I think I heard you say something different, that if they've applied for any position, as long as they qualify for it?
So in the applications, I looked through them to see what districts they were from. In the event that a supervisor representing a certain district wanted to appoint someone from their district. So from the entire batch of applications, there are 2 from District 2, 4 from District 3, and 1, it's from District 4, but since the District 4 seat is not up, you could consider that an at-large application.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so now I would like to hear from the District 2 supervisor and see if you have any recommendations for your district.
Well, that would be me. Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I think we have an embarrassment of riches here.
Yes.
In terms of the applicants. I've read through all the applications. As far as I could tell, every single one is qualified, and many very qualified or even overqualified. And I would first like to thank Larry Bile. He's been the District 2 representative on the Planning Commission for the past 4 years, and I think he's done an exemplary job. And I really appreciate his perspective and the experience that he has brought to the Planning Commission over the years. He has unfortunately for me, moved out of District 2. And so he expressed a desire to no longer continue on the Planning Commission. And I absolutely respect that, and I thank him for his service. I weighed the different applications, and I've spoke to both of the applicants from my district. I would like to nominate Jim Cherry for the District 2 representative on the Planning Commission. Jim is a local attorney specializing in a variety of issues, but one area that I think is very germane to the work of the Planning Commission is the work that he's done with land use and policy setting. I think he's been a very consistent voice in our community, and I think he has the kind of leadership skills that we would need on the Planning Commission. So I would wholeheartedly put his name forward to be the District 2 representative for the Planning Commission.
Right.
And so, was that an official motion?
That if a motion is sought, then that would be my
That's
motion.
his recommendation, so I
Okay.
would take it as a motion.
I'll second.
We need to bring it to the public first, so I'll do that. District 2. Okay, bring it back. Any other board discussion? I agree, Jim Cherry is a mediator also, and I think he would be marvelous at this, so I agree. So I'll call for let's see, you did a motion and you seconded? Okay, so it was moved by, excuse me. It was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, Jim Cherry for District 2 carries 5-0. All right, now we're going to go to District 3 and for the Planning Commission, and I'm going to again go to the public first, see if there's any public comment on District 3 position. Okay, then I'm going to go to the District 3 Supervisor, and let's hear what you have to say.
I'll keep it short because I know we got a full day. Thank you everybody for applying. My recommendation today, though, I am going to recommend that we continue with Jim Jordan. I appointed him a couple years ago. He has lots of experience in this realm, and what I really enjoy about him is actually, like, for example, the Twin Heart, not the current, not what's coming, the development that's coming, but one of the areas by the library. He voices his concerns and his opinions, and we may not always agree, but I like that he listens to everybody, and that we have a good relationship as far as having different points of view. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate his professionalism, and I believe he might be potentially be the chair of the Planning Commission this year as well. So he's, like I said, he's getting his feet wet. He's been doing it for a couple of years. I'd like to keep him on for a few more and kind of go from there. So my recommendation is to continue Jim Jordan in that seat.
Okay, any discussion from the board?
I've heard that Jim has done a very good job on the Planning Commission, and I think he's well respected by the other commissioners in the community.
Okay, well then I will make a motion to reappoint Jim for the 3rd District.
I'll second.
Okay, so I heard a first from Supervisor Kirk and a second from Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, carries 5-0. All right, now for the at-large position. I'm going to speak first here on this one because I know it is District 4, and that is Mike Gustafson, who I think has done a very admirable job. I was worried that, I don't know where my voice has gone, but I was worried that we would have a different configuration with a lot of newbies on the Planning Commission board. We have one new person, so I'm not as concerned, but I want to make sure that the board knows that Mike has served very well and in great capacity as the at-large person, representative, and so I would very seriously take a look at him, and I would recommend him. So I'm open to hear any other thoughts.
So, yeah, I've reviewed all the applications as well. I'm really interested in West Brinegar being a potential member of the Planning Commission. I've worked with Wes on the Fire Safety Advisory Committee. I've found him to be very amenable to working with us. He's done a lot of public outreach. He's got good experience in industry in the county, and that would be my thought.
Okay.
And I too, I've served on the Fire Safety Committee with Supervisor Goldenberg and Wes Brinegar. And one thing I've learned about him, and that's the reason I have a great deal of respect for him. One, he's a U.S. Marine Corps veteran, has deep roots in the community, but he has a lot of demands on his time, and yet he always comes to our meetings. So he's very consistent and always has an opinion and always has done the research before he comes to our Fire Safety Committee meetings. And so we've grown to rely on him a lot on our committee, and I could see the same thing happening on the Planning Commission as well. But that is not to, and I agree. I've heard. I don't know Mike very well personally, but I've heard that he has performed his duties on the Planning Commission as well, very well. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to speak up in favor of a candidate I had the pleasure of working with on the Housing Committee for a long time, and that's Mr. Brad Vondrak. So he's currently serving as the president of the Realtors Association, has a lot of insight into housing issues. I think has done development projects and permitting in the past, but I think more important to what we would like to see with the Planning Commission, or at least myself, having experience with some of the ongoing projects. So we're talking about the housing element, our Title 17 changes, a lot of our building construction changes. To me, it's very important that we have a diverse commission. That has to happen. If it's all builders on there, we're going to get a singular outcome. If it's all other folks too, I think right now the group would really benefit from having somebody with a real estate and development background that has seen some of these projects, but also is in a position to not have conflicts because they're not directly doing that construction right now. And I believe we have Brad in the room too, and I want to thank the Tuolumne County Business Council. I believe attached in our packet is a letter of support for Mr. Vondrak from, well, I guess we can all see it on there, but a number of their leadership members.
Supervisor Kirk?
Well, I'm hearing, so I'll tell you the two, and then I guess single down to one. I'm hearing Wesley Brinegar and Brad. I would agree with both. I'm hearing two for Wesley, and I think Wesley has an ability to, he's an amazing listener. He's a really good person. I trust wholeheartedly that he will do a fantastic job. Like Supervisor Campbell has mentioned, he's built relationships, he's trustworthy, he shows up, he does a part, so I absolutely think that he'll bring a great aspect to the Planning Commission. And he's young, and I love everything that he brings to the table in that perspective. So I would if there's support there, I'd go there. My second choice would obviously be Brad. I agree with everything that Supervisor Brandon said. Having somebody from the real estate world and who is in that arena would be extremely welcome to that Planning Commission. So I guess it's up to you.
Well, we haven't gone to the public yet, so I wanted to have the public weigh in before we actually go to a vote. So is there anybody in the public who would like to get up and speak for our at-large representative?
Seems to be my day at the podium here. So obviously our comments are represented in the letter from the Business Council, which I'm representing at the moment. And we really appreciate Brad stepping up to serve in this way. We're looking at all the things going on in the county from a broad perspective and how they serve the community. And we think that Brad can really represent that. The other candidates that have stepped up also are excellent. And we love all these guys. I think Supervisor Campbell said it best, with all the opportunities we have for people to serve in the community. It's really terrific. So, but from the business council's perspective, we would obviously like to support Brad in this role going forward. So now it's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. So I want to take a second just to say thank you for reviewing the application. And if I don't get it, it's not a big deal. I will serve in other capacities, and you guys will see my face more to come.
So for the public's benefit, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Brad Vondrak, the president of Tuolumne County Association of Realtors, and I've been resident for 8 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so I'm seeing support for Wes and I'm seeing support for Brad. I'm not seeing any further support for Mike Gustafson, which is too bad because he has served the Planning Commission very well. So I think I would like to add my name to Brad, to vote for Brad at this point. And are there any other discussions before we go to a vote?
No.
Only a point of order on just how we will be voting.
I shouldn't be doing that?
I don't know, because this is kind of a weird one where we technically have two.
Right.
Yeah.
I need to explain before I vote differently, so I felt like I needed to say something. If there was more support for Mike, I would have stayed with Mike.
So I'd be ready to make a motion to appoint Wesley Brinegar to the at-large position.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
No. Any abstentions? Looks like it carries 3-2 and no abstentions.
Okay.
So that means Wes, how do you say his last name? Wingler?
Brinegar.
Will take the at-large position with our Planning Commission. And I do want to take this moment to thank all of the people. There were some incredible applications in there that weren't even mentioned. And I just want to thank everybody who took the time to fill out an application and really consider this. This is probably, next to the Board of Supervisors, this is the very next important position that you can hold for a position in the county as far as, committees and so forth. And so we couldn't go wrong with the selection that we had. And thank you all very much. All right, so that ends that particular item. Clerk, would you please read item number 17?
Item 17, determine there is a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the CAO as a result of a series of storms from December 27th, 2022 through January 31st, 2023, and from February through March 2023, the authority of 22050 and TCOC 3.22.060, 4/5 vote required.
All right, ladies.
Okay, good afternoon. Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works, and with me is Dory Beats, our OES Coordinator. So on January 9th, in accordance with Public Contract Code, your board approved delegating the authority to the County Administrative Officer in order to order any necessary action to repair or replace a public facility without giving notice for bids to let contracts. That was for the storms from December 27th through January 31st. Then, due to severe weather in February and March of this year, your board adopted another resolution on March 7th proclaiming another local state of emergency and again approved delegating the authority to the CAO in accordance with the Public Contract Code. Consistent with the requirements of the Public Contract Code, the resolution delegating authority to the CAO states the Board of Supervisors shall review any action ordered by the CAO at its next regularly scheduled meeting and at least every regularly scheduled meeting thereafter until the action is terminated. So we're here just to let you know that the emergency is still ongoing. We are discovering new road damage as we speak. Our supervising engineer is out with the geotechnical engineer, and they are finding new spots on Old Priest Grade and Buchanan Road, and they're also looking at Ward's Ferry, of course, that was the big one at the last storm, Tuolumne Road North, and Italian Bar and Yankee Hill.
Just that your board knows that we are obviously
having to separate some of the dates and damages of the roads because we have two ongoing proclamations currently.
So it is recommended that your board determine there is a need to continue the ongoing emergency actions described above, and a 4/5 vote is required. Did you guys have any questions?
So let's entertain questions first. Any questions from the board?
I just have one question. So the reason we're doing, so the risk that we as counties take is that we're paying for these things with the hope that they'll get reimbursed later. Is that correct? And we have to continue this resolution in order to qualify. Am I articulating correctly the reason why this is before us?
I just want to make sure I give you all the right information, so I'm looking at Cody.
Board. So this vote that needs to carry by 4/5 is to continue emergency actions that were ordered by the county administrator. That excuses the county from bidding requirements, competitive bidding requirements in response to an emergency. So it's kind of separate from the funding piece. It's really to authorize the emergency work to be done. And your board's finding that there's no time really to go through the competitive bidding process.
I didn't articulate my question very well. I was just trying to point out that there is a risk that we're running, that we are authorizing this money to do these repairs, and there's a risk that it won't be reimbursed.
I can't speak to the reimbursement aspect of it.
Okay. All right. I was pointing that out, that we're doing this because it's the right thing to do, and we don't have time to wait for the state to do the right thing.
Well, ordinarily, to do these public works projects, we'd have to go through the competitive bidding process. But because of these are emergent needs, the public contract code allows for your board to authorize emergency actions without those competitive bidding processes. So once, if there is time to complete these projects, if their emergency element goes away, then we would need to complete those through competitive bidding.
Okay,
Supervisor Campbell, they are kind of separate in that they are still responding, which is why Kim needs the flexibility to act right here, right now at times while they're still finding damages, which is separate from the proclamation that makes us eligible for the funding. But while she's still in response to still finding damages, we have to have that flexibility to respond quickly.
Right.
Hope that helps.
But this could be reimbursed under that previous
We're
decision.
hoping that it is, yes. But you're
But-
right,
but
as
there's
you
no
know.
guarantee that it will
There's no
be.
guarantee with FEMA and
That
more
was
so
the
with
point I
FEMA
was
than
trying to
anyone
make,
else.
and with that, I will end my diatribe. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions from the board, so I'm going to take this to the public right now to see if there are any questions or comments from people in this room. And looks like there's not, so I'll bring it back to the board for final comments and a motion.
Okay, so I'll just make a couple of quick comments. We've had unprecedented, storms, going back quite a ways here. We need to give our Public Works Department and OES the tools that they need to keep doing, the great work that they've been doing. And just looking out the window today, it's blowing pretty hard out there, and something else is coming in. So we're not through with this yet. So,
Any other comments? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Just in case there's another tornado, I will move to approve of the item on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, so we are on number 18 now, is that right? Clerk, if you will please read number 18.
Item 18, consideration of approving a concession lease agreement with Lake Tolek RV Campground and Marina, LLC, for the operations of the Lake Tolek Fishing and Recreation Area. 4/5 vote.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board.
Hello.
Eric Hart with the County Administrator's Office. I'm joined here with Leah Morales, our Purchasing and Contracts Management Analyst. So first, I'd like to start by thanking her. She put in a lot of work on finalizing this draft, as well as County Counsel Maria Sullivan for taking that side of it as well. So a lot of work went into finalizing this agreement. With that, as your board is aware, since about 1961, the state of California has owned the land down at South Shore Lake Tulloch. And since that time, the county has operated as a public fishing access point as well as recreation area. And we have continued to do that through a concessionaire agreement with the current vendor. Well, the current vendor has been in place, or contract has been in place since 1992. Originally started as Rainbow Sports and Promotions and later converted to an LLC, which is Lake Tulloch Marina and RV Campground. Through this agreement, the concessionaire has made a number of improvements to the property over the years since we entered into this agreement in 1992, which includes additional campsites, picnic tables, cabins, restoring the fuel dock and making sure that it's working, and a number of other items that have taken place there at their expense. So in addition to that, we have also been in conversation with, sorry, let me back up a little bit, conversation with the state of California. Our current agreement with the state of California for the operating and maintenance of that site does expire at the end of this month. We've been working with them to get a new agreement in place, and they have said that they approve of this agreement and moving forward, even though that new agreement with the state is not in place at this moment, but we'll be back before your board shortly with that new agreement. So continuing on, before you today is a new agreement with the current concessionaire that's in place. The initial term of this agreement would be for 15 years with the option to extend for two additional 5-year periods. Over the years, the concessionaire has provided revenue to the general fund. Prior to COVID-19, revenues were continuing to climb and were in excess of $200,000 per year. We did see a dip during COVID, but those revenues are expected to exceed $200,000 again this year and are climbing again. So this contract is very similar to the prior. The concessionaire would continue to pay the greater of sum of 15% of their gross receipts, or at least a minimum of $100,000, and there is exemptions in there for natural catastrophes, or if we have to close the facility down, they wouldn't be on the hook for that moving forward. They also agreed to provide fuel to the sheriff's office at cost is part of that. So most of the agreement from prior years is still consistent with what we see today. And it also includes some requirements for financial reporting, so that way we can make sure that audits are being completed and things of that nature as well. Now, as far as your board's approval of this agreement, the California Government Code does allow us to enter into this agreement by 4/5 vote of your board. So that's what we would be asking for your board's approval today, is to approve the the attached concessionaire agreement with Lake Tulloch RV Campground and Marina LLC, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions for you. And I will note that our relationship with the current concessionaire has been very good over the years. They continue to pay timely, operate professionally, and we've really had no issues with them over these last many years.
Okay, questions for our presenters? Seeing none, I'll go to the public. Any public comment on this? Okay, I do have a question, and it does involve the audits. And I understand that it has been incumbent on the county to do the audits, and I want to know how many audits have been done. It's my understanding that there have not been any.
As far as I'm aware, there's not been any in the last 4+ years I've been in the office, correct?
Yeah. So with that, I want to make a recommendation to adapt or adjust the contract. Because we need to have an independent audit. I don't think it's necessarily up to the county to do the audit, but we need to have the concessionaire pay for some kind of now audits are very expensive, so there is something called, let's see if I have it here, an agreed upon procedure. That's actually a term that CPAs use, an agreed upon procedure, and it's an attestation engagement, basically is what it is. And I would like to see something included in this contract where after the first year of this new cycle, assuming we all vote for it, that they get, the concessionaire gets an agreed upon procedure done by a third party CPA, and then this county administrator within so many days or months after that is completed gets the benefit of that report. That way we know, and it would be specifically for two things: reviewing internal controls and verifying gross receipts. We have no way, and I'm not suggesting that they're fraudulent, but we just don't have any way of knowing that all the gross receipts that we are getting are correct. And so I would like to see this put in place, and then after the first year, every 5 years thereafter. And like I said, it's a lot less expensive than having a full-blown audit. I don't think that's necessary, but we need to understand from a third party that the gross receipts that they say that they have are actually the gross receipts that they have taken in. So I would like to make that recommendation.
Just want to clarify what you said, Chair. Not in the first year, but in year 2, and then each 5-year period afterwards?
After the first year.
Okay.
It would be, one of these attestation engagements would be done after the first year and then every 5 years thereafter.
Okay. Yeah, I think that we do need to have some, make sure that we've got good accountability. And, just as was discussed, we're not suggesting that there hasn't been,
Right.
but it's just doing the correct business.
Thank you. Any other comments? Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I would agree with that. We would like to make sure that we know the numbers are accurate. It may just be a philosophical difference, but for a for-profit entity that is a concessionaire contract, grossing somewhere around probably 2.4 million or something like that, based on how much we're getting back, 2.5 million. I think that there may be better offers out there, and I would like to see an RFP. But I don't need to beleaguer that. That's just my personal recommendation on this. So,
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that suggestion. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. I'm very much big on making sure that money coming in and out of the county is going where it's supposed to be going, and that we are creating a paper trail to that effect. But the question I would have for staff is, what would be the challenges or our ability to implement a suggestion like Supervisor Half's?
So in response to that, so in anticipation of that request, I did speak with the current concessionaire this morning, and he's understanding, and so we could work with county council to come up with some language to add into the agreement and then work with him to get that signed. What we could say is staff recommendation would be to approve the agreement, authorize county administrator's office to work with county council to amend the language to include the intent of what Supervisor Half is asking for into that language, and then authorize her to sign that final agreement. Looking at county council to make sure that that's okay.
So then we can proceed today with this under that agreement. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to hold this whole thing up because I know they've got a deadline, so that's a great suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you. Did I already ask for public comment? It's getting a little punchy here. All right, so I'll call for a motion to approve the amended recommendation. How do you want to word that?
Staff recommendation.
All right, staff recommendation. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation with the previously mentioned changes from Supervisor Half. Super Half.
I'll second. I'll second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
no.
Any abstentions? So it carries 4-1 with 1 opposed. Supervisor Brandon opposing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we are on to agenda item number 19.
19, presentation on operational protocols for the homeless housing program and consideration of authorizing the county administrative officer to continue to seek properties for the purpose of serving the homeless population within the funding available for this use and initiate the property acquisition process.
All right, welcome.
Okay, I'm over here now. Good afternoon. Thank you for the time to go over this item. With me, I'm Tracy Riggs, County Administrator. With me are Rebecca Espino, who is our Health and Human Services Agency Director, and Michael Roberson, our Homeless Services Coordinator. So some time ago, your board had requested that staff return with the operational protocols and then some other data that you wanted to have access to and that we wanted the community to see. These items in here, some of them are brand new. Some of them are in existence already. You will notice on the agenda language, this is a presentation of the materials. As we've talked about, this is operations. So we're not asking the board to approve the protocols and the operational policies that we have, but we do want you to be aware of them. And we are curious if you have some input. We do want to hear that as well. You know, we did take this to, not me, but Michael and Supervisor Goldenberg did present this to the Homeless Services Committee, and there were some good input in there. The end of this, what we are asking is a couple things. We back up. In December, Michael had brought before you a list of priorities when it comes to serving those who are experiencing homelessness. Your board approved that. Part of that was looking at distributive housing and the navigation center and transitional housing, a whole bunch of information. They're going to go more into that. We have funding that we need to begin expending, and we need to be able to start moving on this. Your staff is super excited to get these services out and going to our community. With that being said, part of the language in here is asking that you would give the authority to the CAO, who is also your purchasing agent, to start looking for property. And what we would do then is it would eliminate, we would bring it back to you for the intent to purchase. So you wouldn't see those closed sessions for property negotiations. We would take care of a lot of that through the process of engagement. But it has to come to the board no matter what. And that first meeting would be an intent to purchase, where we would ask you to approve a notice that is published for 30 days. After the completion of those 30 days, then we would return to your board with a sales contract essentially, and then we would open escrow. So I just want to make sure that you understand that that is the only action we're asking for, but we do want to take you through a large part of this. The goal would be understanding that this is a living document, that as we serve individuals, we will always find things that we need to update or change, or as funding changes and the requirements change, we may need to update this. So it will always be something that's inflexible. Make sure when we have any significant changes, we will get them a new update to you. But it also will enable you that when you're out talking to constituents and members of the community, to have a really thoughtful, insightful dialogue with them about what is the process, how do we do an intake, and who is allowed into services and who might not. So with that being said, I want to turn it over to the team here. We do thank you for your time, and we're really excited. This took a lot of work and a lot of compilation, and Mark Fisher actually helped to take it and put it into this document, so that's why it's so organized and it has this great table of contents. And with that, I'll switch over. I'm not sure who's next.
Good afternoon, board. Recently, I had the privilege of presenting on our homelessness program to a joint Senate committee in Sacramento. As I was waiting my turn to represent our rural community, I heard a doctor who had just presented some research through UCSF and the Benioff organization or foundation share a story that I would like to start with to sort of frame our conversation. And I don't mean it to be like an emotional story that creates a compelling that we need to do something right now. So just hold on till the end of the story, because I think you'll understand that there's a strong rationale for why we need to be moving forward on creating housing options for homeless people. So the story was, you all remember playing musical chairs when you were a kid. Well, imagine if musical chairs was really set in the context of trying to find housing in Tuolumne County. So you have 10 people looking for housing, and you have 9 houses available or 9 chairs. And as you know from the game, when the music starts, everyone's pretending to be cordial, but inside they're like, I'm going to fight tooth and nail to get that chair when that music stops. One of the 10 people who are looking for housing or playing this musical chairs is a person who is homeless. Maybe they're on crutches, sprained ankle, big heavy backpack. Maybe they're blindfolded. They have a lot of incapacity. So you can imagine that when the music starts, they may not even be able to figure out where the chairs are in a lot of cases. But the other people are circling the chairs, and as soon as the music stops, everyone gets a chair but this individual who is standing there on crutches. And the question would be, why did that person not get a chair? And most of us would answer, because of their clear and obvious incapacities, that they just have a lot of limitations that would prevent them from getting a chair. But probably the truer answer and the more profound answer is the reason why he didn't get a chair is because there weren't enough chairs. And that the reality is a lot of money has gone into social services. And at the Senate hearing, I heard the senator say lots of money has gone into social services, and we need to start providing housing, and then we can deal with the social services later. So while that's kind of a simple story, I think it's very profound and illustrates why we in Tuolumne County and with Health and Human Services Agency and Homeless Services need to be very concerned about that person who will never be able to compete for the limited amount of housing that we have in Tuolumne County. If you were a landlord and you had a bunch of applications, and some of them were doctors or nurses or people who had good tenant history and good income, and there was a homeless person who didn't have any of those things, who would you rent to? These people will never compete, never win the competition for housing, and so we have to take the housing to them in one way or another. And so what we hope to do today is to present an overview of things that already exist in Tuolumne County, mostly through Health and Human Services, as well as some of the things that are just expanding on those priority projects that have been agreed upon in the past. So I would like to talk about this handbook. It came from a bunch of different people getting a bunch of information that was already existing together in a way that has a rationale and makes sense and sort of tells a story about homeless housing. We did vet the input of the Homelessness Committee, your committee, yesterday. There was a lot of great contribution to that. So Mark and I stayed until we got all that reflected in this document last night and got these printed and to you today and to the public as well. They also made a motion and approved that motion yesterday to bring this to you as a recommendation for your consideration. So it's nice to have their input. They're sharp. So I'm not going through every aspect of this. I just kind of wanted to overview some of the information that mostly you could follow along in the table of contents so you can see what's going on. The first part of it is homeless services. There's not really anything new in this section that you haven't seen in bits and pieces, but it's all sort of put out in a way that can be organized and would help to understand some of the underpinning priorities of why housing and the provision of housing and the extending of the use of the funds that have come to us will happen in the way that they're happening. So a couple of those things that are in there, things you've seen, housing ladders. There's a new thing. We all have used terms incorrectly based on definitions in homeless services. Through housing and urban development and housing and community development. So sort of state and federal definitions. So we put a glossary of terms in there so that we know what we're talking about. It talks about housing first, and it talks about a variety of other things that I think would be helpful for people to know. Also, there was a lot of work going on well before I came on the scene a year ago into this position from the Commission on Homelessness and the work that Tina Welch led, and really good work there. And so you'll see some of those priorities from that year that you approved reflected, as well as the ones from this year, just to show that there's a continuity in that sort of, in the efforts to make those priorities a reality. And then something I would like to just sort of point your attention to is on page 23. It's this housing purchase checklist. Really what this was something that Community Development Department put together for us in terms of being able to look at any properties that we would be considering to purchase in terms of code compliance. And so what you would see here is really a checklist that sort of talks about what those things are that we should be looking for, identify, and then pass off to them for any kind of review that they would need to do. But just before that, on page 21, was another thing to consider as we spelled out a little more about what distributive housing is, this idea that we purchase houses probably largely determined by market rate in communities where we can put together shared housing agreements for people who are a part of our social service programs. But you'll see on there, there's a variety of things, and this could change, like the types of housing that we would be using these homes for, what services we provided, some of the housing characteristics, like a couple of things I just think are prudent that people spoke into. If you're on a well and you're on a septic, you're going to have some pretty expensive things if something goes wrong, versus maybe we should only be interested in buying homes that are on public sewer and water because of the potential maintenance costs otherwise would be really high. So a variety of things like that, staying distanced from sensitive areas, all those kinds of things. So I just wanted to put that in there for you to see how that plays out. And then I do want to move forward in the table of contents. We just put some demographic information on from Tuolumne County. We have some census information as well as some of the local data there. And I wanted to point our attention to that just a little bit too on page 32. Our point in time count is something that is interesting. It certainly identifies that we have a chronic homelessness problem, that maybe 50% of our homeless population are people who probably have some kind of disability. A variety of data is shown in that. We have also said a number of times, and it is across agencies across the country, that the PIT count is very unreliable. We have other data through our CalFresh information that would indicate that we have almost 800 people who say that they are homeless, that are receiving benefits to help them purchase food. And so that's just some information in there when people are like, exactly how many homeless people do you have? Well, we don't actually know. We can surmise based on accurate or reliable data, and then we have to look at that PIT count. And then we also have to know that homelessness fluctuates every day. It's very fluid. So there's some information there that I think would be interesting for you as well. And then finally, I want to talk about public input. One of the primary ways that the public has input is through the appointees on the different advisory committees that you as a board put together. And our homelessness committee is a very vibrant group of people. They all are strong-willed, strong-opinioned, educated, most of them boots on the ground, frontline kind of workers, and it is a very valuable process to sit in a circle with those people and have their contribution and hear their passion, hear their objections, and get their input in a way that it can inform the process. And they're all representing a huge part of our community because they're involved in tribal government leaders are there. We have people who are representing most of the service providers in our community. So they really are just a few people representing a whole bunch of people. So that is one way that the public input process really, really works. One other thing that happened is a work group from the homelessness committee came together to look at what a public input process could be like. What we do know for sure is as soon as we assign a property address to any housing initiative in Tuolumne County related to homelessness, that it's not going to go well. But is there a way to garner the input of our community at large about homelessness and about solutions toward homelessness when it's not attached to a property address? Like, for example, what would be your solution for homelessness as a result of substance abuse, or people who are homeless because of a family conflict, or a youth who was kicked out of his home or had to leave because of domestic violence, or whatever the issues were? What are your solutions? We know we hear a lot about the problems that homelessness causes, but we don't hear a lot about solutions. And so this group got together and put together as just a draft copy a possible community input forum. You'll see that spelled out starting on page 40. And it's this idea that we have multiple meetings across all the districts, and that they're facilitated by community leaders, and that we as government employees and government would show up in those places primarily to be listeners and not contributors, and then take that information and say, listen, our community has spoken. Hopefully out of 55,000 people, we can get a couple thousand to give their input, instead of us having to just hear people when they're upset about the location, which ends up being 50 people sort of speaking for 55,000 people. So I would encourage you to look through that process, because I think it's It's a great recommendation, and we're looking right now for facilitators in the community that are well respected and can run a meeting like that and create some options for how we can get people's opinion on what we need to do about homelessness in Tuolumne County. Not that we don't have our own opinions and our own plans. You can see a lot of that spelled out in this book as well. So with that, I'd like to turn this over to Rebecca and ask her to talk about the operational side of things from the social services, public health, and behavioral health side.
Good afternoon. Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. And again, thank you for the opportunity to share information about our current operations and then what we hope to do in the future. Currently, most of our homeless operations are in hotel rooms. That's all we have access to right now is hotel rooms, and eventually we move folks into permanent housing. And although our resource is a hotel room, our social worker, our lone social worker in 2022 did some pretty amazing things. And I think I need to highlight that 'cause, we have not done a good job at all of sharing with the community the successes that we've had. And I want to have a shout out to Supervisor Kirk, who recommended that we do a dashboard to let the community know that what we're doing, and we're working on that. So thank you for that recommendation. So what I want to share is, and I draw your attention to page 33. In 2022, we had 380 requests for homeless services. 161 received temporary housing. But unfortunately, some were only temporarily housed for a short period of time because they just maybe were not ready to engage in services at that time. So they were released from the program. But within that 380, 100 were placed into permanent housing. That's a big number for us. Many of them in shared housing situations because we know the housing market is expensive. Currently, we have 30 individuals receiving case management services through our social worker, and we have about 30 additional individuals on a waiting list waiting to receive services. But we still have work to do. Michael alluded to the PIT count, the 2022 PIT count that said we had about 250 homeless individuals. And as he also mentioned, our public assistance data shows we have a little over 700. And I want to just provide a little bit of demographics on that 700. 83 of those individuals are the age is 60 or over. We have 70 children under the age of 18. We have 92 transitional age youth, ages 18 to 26. These numbers definitely demonstrate the need for additional beds, which brings me to our future plans. With board approval, we plan to open or operate a navigation and an interim housing program. So I'm going to refer you to page 46, which is really a high-level overview of our plan, which was created in part by visiting a very successful navigation center in Merced, and then we picked out the components of what was happening in Merced and determined what would work best for Tuolumne County, what would work best for a rural county. And then, as Michael mentioned earlier, actually, Tracy mentioned earlier, this operation plan is fluid. As we gain lessons learned, as we get feedback from the community, our plan might change. The navigation portion of our operations is really a central location for many services that are utilized for the unhoused to be in a central location. As we know, transportation is difficult. So if we have one place where folks can get the services they need, that's going to be the navigation portion of our operation. The interim housing portion of the navigation is also very important, because we know we need additional beds. We need more than a hotel room. We need a place for folks to lay their head for at least a maximum of 6 months. But however, interim or congregate housing, because that's what a navigation interim housing, congregate housing is not appropriate for all homeless people, right? And that's why we're going to rely on a collective team of service providers to help us determine the best housing solution for each person who is seeking services. We have already recruited the very best service providers to help triage these referrals, and we will continue to seek additional local experts in the field. I'm gonna have you flip over to page 48, which is an example of the program agreement we plan to use at the Navigation Interim Housing Center. Also, further down in that packet, but begin on page 48, we have our house rules and our client service plan. And although we are novice at operating a navigation and interim housing program, behavioral health is well-versed in operating a supportive housing program. And Tammy's here just in case I start messing up on this part because she's the expert. So moving to page 85 is move to there just to make sure that we're all on the same page. It's just a high-level overview of the Washington Street and the Cabrini House, which has been vastly successful, not only for the participants who are able to stay local and receive services locally, but also makes financial sense. So I'm on page 85. So when you look at the cost of out-of-county residential placements, the annual cost for one person is between a little over $14,000 all the way to about $130,000 annually for one person. Now there, as you see, $14,000, $130,000, that's a big gap. Well, it depends on the acuity of the person who's receiving services, but that's how much residential placement cost. In contrast, the operating costs for the 2 behavioral health homes, which are partially offset by rent. Similar to what we're going to do at the hotel rooms that we do right now, what we're going to do at the interim housing is folks who had income are going to contribute to their housing, similar to what they do in behavioral health. So a portion of the operating cost of behavioral health is offset by rent. Currently, our out-of-pocket cost for both homes is about $18,000. Again, if you compare that to the per person annual cost of residential placement is $14,000 all the way up to $130,000 per person. Our Cabrini House and our Washington House are serving 11 people. The cost I just mentioned, a residential placement, is for one person. So for your references, I'm gonna have you flip back over to page 58, and that's a copy of what our behavioral health team uses for their tenant agreements. And then lastly, just all the remaining documents that are in this section are just samples, our referral form, comprehensive intake form, and other miscellaneous forms that we plan to use as we move forward. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, sorry. I just kind of was very excited to pass the microphone off to my colleagues here, and I skipped the thing they asked me to go through, which I was supposed to do first. So mine said on, I don't know what pages, I don't have the newer one. Mine says page 2, it's page 3, and it has the little wheel on the front. And so Saturday before last, Supervisor Kirk and I were trading emails. He was sharing some videos and research he'd done on homelessness, and I was responding. And then it got me thinking about, I'm very visual, so I thought, what can we create that might be visual to help individuals understand what can contribute to homelessness? And the first thing I know most people think are, drug abuse, mental illness, and maybe even bumping into the law and justice system, and those are all true. But I went through and started kind of really getting into it, and you'll see they took what I had done that weekend, they made it much better. So I didn't do this beautiful wheel, they got that and put that on there. But you can see we have everything from what might be an unsafe home environment, everything from family conflict to domestic violence to maybe building code issues, no power, whatever else might be going on. Then you get into your what I was trying to get to was really the inability to afford housing. And you saw many people over this last 3 years who've come up and said, I'm a retired nurse. I cannot afford to pay my rent. I am, 75 years old, only get the basic Social Security of $1,300 a month. So on the next page of that document, I started putting together just a little matrix to kind of just give a visual for individuals who may not think along these lines because I'm so visual. So I did the example of someone making $15, $18, and $20 an hour. And as you can see, at $15 an hour, you're likely to be in the negative if rent were $1,100 a month. And it's very difficult, almost impossible to find rent for $1,100 a month. Then I took it over to our lowest, the lowest compensation that we provide to employees of $1,584. And because they pay both Social Security and PERS, they are at a little bit more of, they have less take-home pay as a result. So they're at, a negative as well. And my whole point in this is just that when we talk about these shared housing models, there are times through the funding that's made available that there may be individuals like our senior population or those with different levels of medical issues, we might be able to provide a home to that aren't going to require supportive housing, but it will get them out of their car and out of a tent and into a warm, safe environment. Then there's the whole behavior health and social services model where they will require the supportive housing. And even then, that was that little worksheet that Rebecca was going over. I started saying, let's put these out there in a visual for people to understand, because most people don't understand that behavior health is paying the lowest amount of $1,200 a month for a residential placement, up to as high as $24,000 for a state hospital placement. But there's a limit on the number of beds available. We will have people sitting in the emergency room waiting to get into beds. They have people on a list trying to get them into other places. If we can get them stable, move them into a supportive housing, it makes beds available to get others treatment. So I guess what I'm getting to is there is a continuum here that starts at the very basic level of you just can't earn enough money and we are looking for shared housing opportunities, to those who are experiencing varying levels of medical issues, whether it's a mental illness, it's substance use, or I was meeting with the CEO of the hospital a while back, and she was telling me how sometimes they have people they can't do medical procedures on because they are homeless, and they cannot do the procedure because they can't send them home when they don't have a home to go to. So we have individuals who are waiting to get these medical procedures that might be able to move into some form of permanent housing should they be able to get their medical needs met. So we wanted to provide a wide range for not just you, but those who are studying this with us to try, understand that homelessness is a very complex issue. And there's not a paintbrush that you can put against the whole population. They're very, very different. And I have been very excited watching what the team has done and how this is more for when we first started having these conversations to where we are today. So with that being said, unless you guys have anything you want to add, we are happy to answer any questions.
That financial context of the cost of living based on an hourly rate is an important part of the equation. Also, in regard to financials, we listed out, it's also complex, which is a complaint statewide about how complex homeless housing money is. There are many agencies and many grant applications, and we just think it should come to counties and allocations instead of competitive grants. But you'll see on page 75, the beginning of a list of all the current grants that we're working with, and it talks about allowable uses and how much money and spend down dates and how much is left and those types of things. And I think that's helpful information for you, for us, and for the public as well. And then finally, in this handbook is in the appendices that has a variety of 3 different actual attachments there. One that talks a little bit more about housing first, one that talks about shared housing, which is the model that people are moving toward rather than large congregate kind of living environments for longer term housing, or like project housing. It's this idea of, again, distributive housing, homes in communities where people, 4 to 6 people, can house share. Each person has a lease on their room. So it's a split lease kind of situation. It's not a master lease like maybe we had if we were living with a bunch of friends when we were in college or whatever in a house. If one person didn't pay, then everybody else was responsible for it. It's a split lease where each person has their own space and pays for that. And then it'd be interesting for people to know that CSAC, the California State Association of Counties, has recently put out kind of their legislative platform related to homelessness and housing. And I think that is very informative. They've put a lot of work into representing that well in a distilled kind of way. Another profound thing I heard, the profound things sometimes are stated simply. Another thing that I heard from this doctor at this hearing that I was at a couple weeks ago was this, that not all homeless people need support in terms of case management, but all homeless people need housing. And she really advocates that law makers make laws and institute statutes for funding that put a little more demand or onus on the people who receive the funds to build capacity, to get more beds. And that would be a big thing in our community, because right now, much like I heard Supervisor Goldenberg talk about our Public Works Department saying, you know, they need to have necessary tools to do their job. We're asking our social workers to triage people who are homeless, but not giving them the one tool they really need to meet the need of that individual. So it's great to be able to give them a night or two in a hotel. It's great to be able to provide them with some food now and then, or sleeping bags and tents, but it doesn't solve the problem. And back to that analogy of the musical chairs, the person who doesn't get the chair is never going to get the chair unless somebody helps them get it. Like, it's just not going to happen. And what do we want to do? Spend more money and time building like a park bench for them to sit on while they're waiting for a house to come up? They're not going to be able to compete with the general population for housing. And mostly what social services does is alleviates human suffering, which is very important, but it's just putting a Band-Aid on the problem. And the problem is we don't have enough housing. So if we can do anything within our power with the money that's given to us through these different grants and allocations, to build out capacity, to give tools to our social workers to do their job, I'm all in on that. And I think it will be an interesting ride. That's why you see it says a draft on every single page of this document, because more than anything, we want to put their expertise into that, but we also want to be learners along the way and collaborate with you all, with our community, and with our service providers. And so there is a recommendation related to this, but maybe if you have any questions about this, we can talk about those kinds of things first.
Right, thank you for that presentation. So I'll look, let's see. Supervisor Goldenberg, you're on the Homeless Committee now. Do you have comments?
Yeah, so are we going to do just questions first
Questions
and then comments?
and comments both.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, yes, I'm chair of the Homelessness Committee. It's tough, right? You know, we go through all these things. We've got a heck of a group of people that are on this committee, a group of experts. There's some that aren't necessarily experts or, you know, interested members of the public. But we have a lot of experts, a lot of people that are doing things each and every day to try to address the homeless issues. You know, one question, Rebecca, you gave 3 numbers out and I didn't capture all of them.
Thank you for asking that, because I was going to ask her the same thing.
Number of people that were 60 plus, then there was children and one other number.
Yes, so of the close to 700 individuals that have that we have determined to be homeless according to our CalFresh data, 83 are the age 60 and over, 70 are children under the age of 18, and 92 are youth ages 18 through 26.
92 is the last?
92.
92
yes.
are...
We call them our transitional age youth. Many of them are foster children who have aged out of foster care.
So just in rough numbers, roughly 250 people that are in a precarious position, right? You know, and we've had a lot of lessons learned here, right? You know, we went through some recent situations looking at properties. I get that. We should have done better. We're moving to doing better now, and that's important. I'm learning each and every day, right? I'm chair of this committee, but I'm by no means an expert on homelessness. So, you know, when we, you know, the work that gets done, you know, as Rebecca stated, you know, by the social services people when they're doing case management, that's great. You know, so you can do the screening and you come up with all these numbers, but back to the housing, right? Where do we find housing to put people? I know personally, I had a young person show up on my doorstep not too long ago that had a family situation and was out of his house, and he ended up at the Washington Street house, for a period of time. So it's happening all throughout our community, and we need to, it's a challenge, right? Our committee challenges me, challenges Michael each and every meeting, and they do not hold back, right? They put it out there, they put us on the spot, and we work through it, and then you end up with a product that we're trying to move forward with on how to address this. So I just want to encourage that we need to keep moving. As a board, we need to figure out ways to support. We do have problems at the state level, right? Because they'll often come up with funding to maybe help with acquisition, but we don't have operational dollars where we really need them a lot of times, and that's huge, right? Because that's a big drain that the county budget is not going to be able to handle by any means. So anyways, those are my comments. Just wanted to put it out there, just as moving forward with this. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Goldenberg. I agree with a lot of your perspective there, and this is a lot to digest, and it's a very large and comprehensive overview, and I see it as kind of a roadmap for what works. I think no matter, we've had a lot of experience with trying to address this as an issue over the past several years. And I'm not trying to be negative, but we don't have a whole lot to show for it yet. And I think it's because we continually run into this roadblock where we either need to find a property and then develop a program after that, or develop a program and find property to meet the needs of that program. And it's just an impossible or very difficult, let's say, task to do. So I see this as that last approach where we're developing a roadmap of the things that we need and how they'll work in the community, and developing a process by which people in communities where there may be transitional housing or a navigation center or whatever we're talking about here related to this issue can have a say and have a stake in that. But at the end of the day, I think no matter what we do, there's going to be a difficult conversation, and a certain segment of the population aren't going to be happy. So we need to just decide that this is the right thing to do, and that it's worthwhile. Of course, there are many things we can do to maximize our chance of success, and I see this as a big step, of seeing what works and what does not. But it's a hard decision, and I think we're on a path to get there. I'm confident we'll get there. And so I hope that we can take the data and the community response to this and combine it into something that'll work.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
I don't know where to start, so I'll just start. I think, to Ryan's point about we need to do something, and the community, is never going to completely support anything. I kind of agree with that. I think what the community would support is something that's successful and that's meaningful, and that doesn't spin the wheel. And when, we say, we look at San Francisco and we say, what a freaking mess. We go to LA. Like, I was in San Francisco months ago and almost stepping in human feces, and we as a community have a really good reason to be afraid of what this board is considering doing as far as attacking the homeless conversation. Because if you look at most jurisdictions except Coronado, who's done a really good job of holding people accountable or moving them off if they don't accept services, the community is concerned, and unfortunately I believe a lot hasn't taken place, because while we're busy doing things, we haven't done, and this isn't staff, this is the board, this is staff, this is all of us. We haven't done a really good job of vetting any of our ideas or thoughts with the community. And so the community is playing catch up as Columbia Inn and things, and they're hearing and they're seeing things, and they're starting to get more engaged. So I look at this, it's gonna take time. It has to be meaningful, and we have to show success. Because if there's not success, which is why I want the dashboard. If we don't show success, and we're not transparent with them, what we're doing, nothing we do is gonna be meaningful or continue to be supported by the community. So in that vein, I've been doing a lot of research and reading and questioning and whatnot. And I'm just gonna start right at the beginning real quick. On the memo, it talks, in the first paragraph, it says that we wanna end homelessness. I think it's not transparent with the community to say that, because we will never end homelessness. I think we need to have an honest acknowledgement that there's always going to be poor, there's always going to be people, even our own statistics show that we're not going to end the homeless situation. I think that should be presented to the community just a little bit different. Back to the success. I look at this program, and let me back up a little bit. Sorry, I said this will take a minute to unpack, so you're probably going to have to go back and watch the video. There's a lot of really good data in this, and kind of like you said, like to get it to this document, which I haven't had a lot of time to go through. It started here, and then you guys kind of whittled it down into here. What I'm asking for this board support on and for staff support on is to continue down that process, because there's no way I'm going to be able to go to a town hall or to meet with folks. I'm going to have to like pick and choose and make my own sheets, my own data. It'd be really great to dummy this down into a Reader's Digest where there is real simple explanation for like things that caught my attention that the community needs to know about. There is accountability wrapped into our program. I mean, failure to participate in efforts to secure permanent housing, including but not limited to, you got to participate in services that lead to permanent housing. You got to participate in housing searches. This is the applicants. There's all this participation and engagement that these people have to participate in. There's a bunch of criteria that are, people are ineligible to, if they fall into certain brackets, they're ineligible to participate in these programs. Another thing that really caught my eye was the application agreement. There's a bunch of accountability built into here, which the community really needs to know about. I don't want to read all these because I could be here all day, but there are some really good, there's occupancy rules. That if we were to go into this shared housing model, there's a bunch of rules, right? The community wants to make sure that if we're going to be helping folks and helping them through these services, that there's accountability. And so I think that we just need to continue to engage and have conversations, but to really dummy this down into Reader Digest versions, charts, flow charts, pictures. That way we can help our community, help us be successful. Again, I want to come back to Rebecca, to these statistics real quick, the 2022 statistics. I was under the impression, which is why I'm going to ask this, is anybody who could potentially be eligible for this housing model, these housing models, do they have to receive services from your department?
They have to be tied to a funding source, not just through social services, but through behavioral health. So
Okay.
yes, so that's how we pay for their support. That's how we pay for case management, is because it has to be directly tied to a funding source.
Okay. And then for me, that's important because again, I keep having these, and we'll have more conversations offline, but these statistics, they show that we are doing something successful. So if we can take something that's successful and continue to build on it, then there should be no fear or concern other than, people are gonna be pissed if this ends up in their backyard.
Supervisor Kirk,
Yeah.
and I just want to add one more thing to that, to my answer. Yesterday during the homeless committee, a member of the committee was very interested in being on the triage team, and she wanted to be on the triage team because she said if there is a funding source or individual that comes to your care, wants to receive services, and they don't fall in your criteria, they might fall under mine. Like, great. So that would be an opportunity, not only to triage individuals that come in, but also triage the funding sources that we all have collectively.
Okay. So I could go through this because I got a ton of markups, and I'll meet with staff, because like today, one of my questions was what are we really doing? Because the recommendation's here, but there's also a conversation about this document, which is living and breathing, and I don't want to take the whole day, but I want to make it really clear that we have success, we have a history of success, we have accountability built into these housing models and these programs that work, and that's what we need to relay to the community. We have something that works, so we're not asking people to take a bet on something. We're asking people to support something that works and that will continue to work. Past behavior is a really good indication of the future. So I wholeheartedly believe that. But to the point of housing, do we want to go down this road of the government purchasing housing? And I don't want to get into it too much, but I just want to put some data out there for all of us that you want to include in this board. If we have 245 people who are homeless and you put 5 of them in a house, that means we're going to need a total of 49 houses. And if you got $250,000 per house, which we know it's going to be more like $350,000 or $400,000 with this market, you're looking at $12 million at $250,000 a piece. So double, if it's $400,000, $500,000, $24 million. So if we go down this path of purchasing homes, I don't know if there will never be enough. So when I understand that we have bed space with the refuse, and I know there's code compliance, there's these things. I as a board member, I want to maximize every single potential room that we have in this community. And I know there's some sticky stuff along the way. I know there's some issues I got to work out, which we've had conversations about. But I want to maximize, and I want to support the community who's already has created these bed spaces and who's doing that. I think I would feel much more. I just think it's right. I think we should support our community partners. And again, I know there's red tape that we got to deal with, and I mentioned it to somebody before this meeting. I don't necessarily want to get into the business of buying homes until I've known that we've maximized every bed space available in this community. And I understand that when you look at the urban communities, there's a lot more partners, there's a lot more nonprofits. Up here, we're very limited. So I want to say something else, but I'm gonna bite my tongue because I don't want to offend not people in this room, but we need everybody in this community to step up. Because when I read my Bible, man, and I read the data, we are not doing our job. And so when people complain to me that they don't want government involved, I don't want government involved either. But guess what? Government seems to be some of the only people at the table taking people in. So I want to make sure it's meaningful. I want to make sure that it's successful and that we're communicating that to the community and that we're realistic, because we're never going to have enough homes for these people. So for me, I want to maximize, like I said, all the bed space out there. And I've floated some other ideas about incentivizing people in our community, just like the child welfare program. Why can't we have adult welfare program where people are incentivized to take people in to give them that shelter to shore up those services. And so hopefully I was clear. I don't necessarily want to get in the business of buying things until we maximize potentially other avenues, but I do understand the housing element, and it's critical for these people to be successful.
Supervisor Kirk, could I interact with one thing
Sure.
that you said that maybe it doesn't change really much, but it maybe just shades the perspective a little bit. In terms of you adding up our homeless count and the number of houses that we would really need to house all those people, it's not our job to create the permanent housing. Our staff have found permanent housing for 100 people. So that's people who probably exit our program mostly, and they found them just by helping them be tenant ready, to get ready, to be competitive in the hunt for the housing, as well as probably diversion to family members or friends who would take them in. But we're on.
So fair enough. How much housing do you need to address your caseloads? How many?
So the numbers fluctuate, but we need 2 types of housing. We need sort of this immediate interim housing where triage and respite and health and case plans, all of those things can be a part of that. And then we need some inventory to move people who don't fit, who aren't ready after 6 months to be competitive for housing. Some people would be. But on the housing ladder that's on one of these pages, I think it shows that homeless services is sort of responsible for the here and now, the emergent need. And we also need to build out capacity for increased housing and permanent housing in another realm. And we know, we can have that conversation all day long. But what I think is interesting, and I don't know how to substantiate it other than just really good social work, 100 people got placed in permanent housing in the market that we have right now. And so it's not like we need housing options for every single person that is represented by one of these numbers. But we do need two kinds of housing programs. We have no place to bring people in off the streets right now. No place that is under our control, at our disposal, even with our contracts. They're full.
And this current funding has to be spent by a certain date on housing. It can't be put towards rents or leases into the future. It has to be spent.
Well, it's fair to say that the state gave a mandate to counties to increase housing capacity. It is a part of what has now become social services. That was never anything just a few years ago that state social service programs provided. They didn't provide housing that way. A lot of communities, like you said, had rescue missions or Salvation Army or one of these other organizations that provided shelter. We don't have that necessarily in this community, and we don't really want that anyway. That's back to that Band-Aid. We're sort of parking someone on a park bench when what they really need is their own chair, right? And so that's what we need to develop. And the numbers would fluctuate, but I would say any number that is an increase in beds is better than what we're doing right now. And still somehow, maybe it's a miracle, I don't know, social workers have found a way to get people placed in permanent housing, and it's great. But that's got to be limited at one point. So I agree with you about the concern about, do we just want to buy houses and start putting people in those, because we need 49 houses. But I don't think that number is a fair representation, because a lot of people will become self-sufficient, which is the goal of the program.
Would
and they can get housing on their own.
it be a fair, and I hear what you're saying, and you brought up a good point. Would it be fair, though, if the state continues down this path of forcing our hand into buying property? This year it's 2 or 3, maybe next year they come out with more money, you have to buy another 5 or 6. I mean, at what point, that's why I'm curious, what is the number per our past data of how much housing do we need for that transitional piece? That's kind of what I'm looking for.
I mean, it's all going to be money driven, right? And who knows how much money is going to be available for homeless initiatives. Right now, we know we have some money to expand our capacity and better equip our social service staff with some tools that they desperately need. That interim housing for up to 6 months, and then some housing for up to 2 years. I couldn't speak what would happen in the future. It would be grim, in my opinion, in terms of the kind of unprecedented money that has come to communities for homelessness initiatives. But most of that money has gone to social services and not housing. Supervisor Brennan has talked a lot about that over the year that I've been here. Like, we need to increase housing capacity and bed capacity.
So, hold on, maybe this would be an easier way to say it, and then I'll stop half. On the statistics, it says 161 individuals received temporary housing through hotels. Approximately, okay, so would it be safe to say throughout the year we need about 160, we need to be able to house 160 people? I mean, I'm trying to get, is my question making sense? I'm trying to understand how much transitional housing we actually need.
I kind of want to indirectly answer your question.
And then I'll.
Because you had a really good question about, so I think I heard you say rent and down that path. The funding that we have also supports prevention, and we've done some prevention work. So if we can continue, because as you heard probably from HHSA for at least 2 years, prevention. So if we can prevent people from becoming homeless, that is a lot cheaper than somebody that's already homeless. Now, I don't, the magic number of how many beds we need, I can't even answer that, but I do want to, Tracy reminded me of something that's brewing right now with the governor. He wants to, I would just say, mess with our MHSA money, where he wants 30% of those funds to go directly to housing, which is okay, but then that money is not then going to go to prevention, or it's not going to go to billing Medi-Cal. It's not going to go to treatment. So we can have a house, but no prevention or no treatment. So again, we're going to go back to having all the houses and nobody's there to support them. So interesting dynamic. I don't know if I finished today.
Supervisor Kirk, because you got the letter a while back, this current state administration just operates differently. And you maybe remember during COVID, I had to sign a monthly attestation that we would follow his rules before he would hand out realignment to our Health and Human Services and Public Safety. So I think that, when you have a governor and a state administration who is handing out those types of directives and is willing to kind of mess with other funding, that is the very lifeline for a large part of our population. We have to walk that line. We walk it carefully, which is why you see programs with accountability. I don't think there is a magic number. How much do we need on any given day? I mean, and we know those experiencing homelessness, it varies for different reasons on different days and different years. But like Michael said, and I think it's well put, any amount more than we have now is better than what we don't have now. And the idea that, we've talked about our law enforcement and our firefighters having equipment that works for them when they get in. And I think it was a really good analogy that we are expecting behavior health and social services to go out and do work, and yet we're not equipping them with all the tools. So I am sensitive to the government intervention into people's lives. I'm also sensitive to how we go about doing this, but it is clear we need to do something. And I think if we don't, and the counties who continue to push against, it is likely to see this administration push back in other ways that are more harmful. So we're trying to walk that line carefully, I guess is what I'm saying. But at the same time, giving some of the basic things that are needed for our employees to do their work is essential. We already use some of the funding, not just for buying houses, to help with rent, to place people in hotels, or to help them for prevention. But we do have a large portion of funding that will expire in May of this year. So we are actively looking for a location so we can obligate that funding. And we will continue doing that because we have other pots that we will see the same thing as every month goes by. It's just taken us 3 years to get to this point right now. So I hope that helps. And I know there's some frustration, but I think you have a better feel, and hopefully the community too, that our Health and Human Services are only talking about engaging those who will engage. If they do not engage in services and don't follow the rules, like she said, they're exited out of the program. So hopefully people will feel good about that, or at least better. I know there's some fear related, no matter what, to when we want to do this type of housing. But anyways, I'll stop now too.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I think the official number by the state is we have to build 2 bedrooms in the next 5 years, by the way, so. It's an interesting dilemma too, because at some of the recent discussions I've heard, even as broadly, that SB 1, which we talked about recently, that is a tool the state can wield over rural counties to enforce them hitting some of the requirements that they're passing down, and that's our gas tax money. And so it is a difficult situation to meet these goals, but do so creatively when there are potentially serious consequences. And I want to commend Supervisor Campbell and all the work with At Home and working with CSAC to, I think, very positively engage the administration to create a plan that works and is able to move forward constructively. So, we've talked a lot about homelessness overall. I want to say that, when we're looking at this, there's a few values that I think it has to have right up front. The first is it has to be fairness, and it has to be a community-wide effort to what is a community-wide problem, and it has to be framed that way. We cannot be putting money first or expediency first. That is, at best, a little plus on the application. The first thing is fairness. It's justice. That's what we're looking at. And I do think that this is something we have to work on. We saw that doing nothing was doing nothing for the community for a very long time. We need to be working on this issue, and I believe that we can. I think it has to be cost effective. It has to be outcome driven. It has to be striving for self-sufficiency, and we should strive for it to be even popular. And I know saying that is difficult, but we have to believe it can be done because we've had projects come in here with very limited opposition that have been for low-income properties that are converted, but we're solving another problem and we're planning it out well and we're putting it in an area without a lot of the adjacency issues. And I really believe that what the most common thing I hear comes from people that say, not that site of the 2 brought up, but yes, we want to figure it out. And I think we should challenge them and challenge us to say, okay, then let's figure that out. Not just providing broad input on what they think should be done for kind of the homeless situation and the whole ladder, but very specifically, what sites, what project, what's on the market, and bring them into that. I know that's operations, but I think that's the way that we have to look for it. I think we also need to analyze the cost for providing services to this population. I don't just mean through Health and Human Services, but there's a substantial cost through fire and any fires that have happened, and fire service responses, law enforcement responses, prosecutions, the courts. I think people in Tuolumne County also need to know that not doing anything, and I think we all know broadly there's a lot of cost there, but what specifically, how much does it cost to have this population there entering all of these services without having kind of housing at the end? Would be very helpful. And then I think when they enter that system, you know, we do have the short-term placements and some disconnected items. I think it has to be not just, we're talking like workforce development, cradle to grave, right? And that's the kind of a macabre term for it, but you know, that's how they're thinking about it. What I would say is this has to be streets to shops. We have to be trying to take people as much as we can, whether they're entering overnight or they're referred into something that then transitions into a more stabilizing program and a long-term housing with a job and self-sufficiency. So I would say in this, a lot of that is put in here. I agree with Supervisor Kirk. This needs to be greatly simplified so that I think a person who has never been to any one of these meetings can look at that and it's condensed. It's not using resource materials from other organizations. We may draw on information, but we're trying to get this to something that is a little bit simpler for it. But otherwise, there's a lot of items in this. I probably harp on the point a lot, and I appreciate recognizing. I mean, I do think housing is the root of the issue, and we really need to be planning aggressively for housing growth and private housing growth, because the leading thing before somebody gets to at risk of homelessness or onto the streets is, I think, primarily they can't find a place to live, or they can't find another rental before any other issues develop. I believe in my heart that is the reason we are having such a precipitous rise in this issue. But I do want to, and using this data, bring up a point that is part of fair housing in the definitions too. It's not only trying to achieve, I think, equality, but it's trying to, or equity, also address some of the past efforts or things that have created gentrification within communities, have created the haves and the have-nots. You know, and we're no different than any other community in the United States. There were policies that effectively did that and decisions. But when we look at this data, and this is not meant to be targeted, but this is what I've been asking for, is how do we do based on data we can all agree on? I had no input into this. This is what's projected. My district within what's provided here has a 17-to-1, so 17 people living in the district to every 1 unit of low-income housing or what's brought here onto this list. And coming in second, very close, is 24-to-1, which is District 1. District 1, a lot of those are within the city and are funded there, but Sonora also has borne quite a bit of this population. The third place is 99-to-1. That is District 3, if I'm reading it correctly. The fourth place one would be 155-to-1. That would be District 4, if I'm calculating that. And then if we look at District 2, it's 1,018-to-1. And so it is not equitably distributed amongst our community right now. So here's the concerns that I have with that. By the way, this does not include RV and rent-controlled sites. So we have Mill Villa and Peppermint, Star Mobile, Twin Pines, Columbia Sky, Gold Country Inn, Columbia Mobile, Roland, Marble Quarry, 49er, Old Maloney's Park, which are not on this list, but are also very, very low income communities as well. And many, if not all of those, are within District 5 as well. I think we need to not be looking at when we're talking distributed strategy, what is the cost per door? What's the most cost effective? Because that will always be buildings within poor areas. I think we have to have a higher level strategy. I think as a board, we need to be looking at this of how are we all contributing from each of our districts, and certainly to step up to that. I think where we can solve another problem with this is great. If we can find a blighted house in a community that is causing problems, I know we have another project that was an example, it's burned out, people don't like it there. We're putting something better. They're a lot more receptive to this. Or if we're converting units that are from something currently abandoned, not housing, and not necessarily taking from another housing thing. That's something that we should always strive to do. When we're doing it on a per door basis, my main concern is one of the biggest contributors to our housing crisis is secondary and third home ownership. It's vacation homes. We have a large number of vacant homes within the community that are not used. They tend to be in nice areas and they cost a lot and they just sit there. And those are the ones that I think we have to also be looking at is how do we utilize some of those when they enter the market to not become vacation homes, take them out of that and keep them into the affordable housing realm as best we can. I want to suggest one thing, which is in some areas they've looked at deed restrictions. where the county will use some of this funding to amend their deeds to create an affordable housing unit of some type. We have money through the home program that we're having difficulty expending at times. We have a new state program called the California Dream for All, where you have a co-sponsored Cal HFA loan program. And if we can get more of these people, especially the ones at risk, into permanent home ownership, which we know is cheaper than renting, that will get them off that voucher system. It will free it up for other people. We can get them in shared living situations, maybe not even specific to supportive housing, but just housing that they can afford. I think that's something that we can do to leverage our funding. But there's other alternatives, and these are things that I'd like to be able to hear out. We are looking at it from a very project-to-project basis. I don't know if we've really adopted yet a full approach and said, here's the 7 or 8 ways we can approach this issue. We've talked distributed housing, but did we ever do a big vote saying that's how we're going to approach this, and this is what that looks like? We could look at identifying one large site where we can have that transition from streets to shops, right, all on site, where we can concentrate services and we can make sure that it has security and it doesn't have adjacencies and identify the perfect place. I think we could also put as much as we can to building new housing because we need new units, especially the PLHA grant. We could redirect funding to existing organizations. We see Habitat for Humanity has a high level of community trust. It's a highly effective organization. They have another project they'll be working on. Center for a Nonviolent Community operates very successful shelters. The Refuge has an area they've thought about expanding to. And there's a number of other providers that I think we could work with. Or identifying blighted or tax deed sale properties. So we're actually fixing a problem in their neighborhood by replacing it with something that's better. And I think there's areas within my district I could identify saying that a low-income housing or a shelter of some type is much better than what is there currently. And I would find probably neighbors that would be supportive of it. So in conclusion of this, I really want to meet and talk about details on it. And I'm committed to providing whatever I can to help, maybe condense this, maybe offer input onto the details. There's a few other things I didn't want to cover in this. But I think what we have to do is we have to have a very top-down strategy that is built on fairness and justice and long-term outcomes. And it can't just be the process that they follow within the county, but very tactically, how is every community pitching in for this? How are we going back to then challenge our own communities to help with this as well? And I think we have an extremely philanthropic, dedicated, hardworking community that volunteers, that's willing to help out. And if we frame it not as this is coming in and what do you want us to fix and here's all the problems, but we challenge them to create that solution with some parameters, I think we would be very surprised at how many people would come to the table and want to positively engage with that. But that is something that has to be done strategically. It does not develop organically. So, thank you.
All right, so I've got just a few comments to make. First of all, I want to commend you and thank you for this homeless housing program document. I like the way we're doing this now. We've tried finding a place and then coming up with a program. I like this approach better. Developing the program, which I see is largely operational, and then going out and looking for the property. And hopefully in the meantime, we can disseminate this information to the public, and maybe there can be some handouts that kind of explain it for the people who just want the quick down and dirty version. But I'm sure there will be some people from our community that will want to read all of this. But I want to caution our board that this is an operational document. Am I correct there? Yeah. So it is not a policy document. I think mostly what Supervisor Brandon was talking about is policy, and that's not this intention here. And I also wanted to say something also. When we tried it the other way around, where we were looking for property or property just sprang up and we jumped on it, we gave the public the wrong impression. We didn't do anything wrong. We were following the Brown Act by having the closed session item. But that is not understood or well understood by the public. They think we weren't being transparent. So I like the suggestion here that we have before us, because we will not go into closed session. If and when we find something that we think meets what we're looking for, we will bring it directly to a board meeting and have it all out in the open. So this is a totally different approach, and I commend you for it. I think the public, regardless of how they weigh out on any particular property, I think they will like this approach better as well. And I wanted to ask a question. It was to Supervisor Kirk's question. And I don't think, well, I think I know the answer to this, but I want to articulate it. Have we maximized our housing for those who don't have it with other organizations like nonprofits, or are they at capacity as well?
I couldn't tell you current data, but in the last couple of weeks, there have been conversations about an ATCA shelter that has X number of beds in it, but they're only at 75 or 80% capacity. In part, that is because of the nature of the way that that house is built, that this room is for families. Well, if the family's only 3 people and there are 7 beds in there, then they're not going to ever be at 100% capacity because they won't put 2 families together. Or if this room is for men and this room is for women, and there are 6 beds in there and only 2 in each of those rooms, they're not going to reach that capacity. So I know that to be true. A couple of the nonprofit service providers also have similar capacity issues where this house is designed for this kind of person and we haven't put that person in there yet, which is why we're really asking on any of our future initiatives for sort of flexible guidelines on that, that it can't be, we can't identify this being just for women with children when, you know, we have primarily men who need housing that are homeless. So we need some flexibility with that. And we also need a flexible facility that could maybe accommodate multiple kinds of people like these shelters are trying to do, and then maximize the number of beds so that we don't have empty beds. I know that one of the service providers that Supervisor Kirk referenced has capacity. On whether we can partner with them that or not, we don't know. We want to. And we talked recently about some ways that we could do that. So certainly we want to support that. Some of our funding doesn't allow us to subcontract because we are the subcontractor, and other funding does. So it's complicated. That's another thing. If we buy a property anywhere, we have to be very careful that all the funding that we use allows us to use it for the purpose that we are wanting to use it. And so when you braid funds, which all the agencies say you should do, you're just braiding a whole bunch of problems that you have to constantly mitigate and make sure that you're in compliance with. So that was a very indirect answer to some of the stats. But when we hear that these places aren't at their maximum capacity, it's true, and there are reasons for that.
Thanks for that clarification. Another question, and because I didn't hear it in your presentation, this document, this handbook, if you will, can it be used to help obtain awards for future grants as well? It seems like it could be used as a backup documentation to help land some of those grants.
If they want to read that number of pages.
Yeah, well, it serves more than one purpose.
Right.
Oh, and I just lost my place. I had something else I wanted to say. Oh, I remember what it was. If we do go about buying property, and in the future, if we have more or less, I don't think we'll completely ever solve the homeless issue, but let's say we've served all the folks that we can at any one given time, there's nothing to say that we can't sell these homes, their assets, and use the money for some other purpose. Is that correct? We're not going to lose with
Right,
real
that's
estate.
part of the rhetoric of the conversation recently was, we've put a lot of money into hotel contracts for emergency placements.
Yeah.
If over the years we would have had our own places, we could have bought how many houses with those
Right.
contract funds.
Right.
So yes, and real estate's supposed to appreciate too, so you would have an appreciative asset as well.
Yeah, as long as the management is kept up well, there shouldn't be any reason why not. Okay, with that, I'm going to bring it to the public to see if there are any public comments about this particular agenda item. Come on up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors of Tuolumne County. Strange reverberation there or something.
You can move it.
Okay. Can you hear me now? I am a board member of GSAC, but I also go out and am with the homeless a couple of days a week. And what I do is, or what we do is we provide showers in 40-degree weather for the homeless. We provide food and clothing, which they have to eat and change in that same possible 40-degree weather. We don't have enough tents for the people who ask. So we keep trying to, buy more and buy more, but we are just about out of money. And we would like to use some of that money that you can't find a place for, so that we can provide for the homeless. Just a tent. How would you like to be out in this weather in a tent? But that's the least. Just give us a tent, give us some food, give us, some, we give them, maybe 2 pairs of socks for the whole week. How'd you like to be in the same pair of socks for 2 weeks, for a week? And if it's bad weather, then we can't come out because we can't have them out in just total downpour. So all this paper is really nice, but what I see is the homeless getting sicker and sicker because they're out in the weather and they can't, the 2 things that they really want is a place over their head and they want security. Unfortunately, when you put up a tent, you go out to go get something, whatever, you come back, everything has been stolen. So security and a place to stay and warm, not necessarily a fire, but when you see it, right, and you talk with people, I'm really grateful for all the paper, but they need some help. Thank you.
Hello there.
I was just reading on page 87, it says, under the housing first, it says tenant screening and selection practices promote accepting applicants regardless of their sobriety or use of substances, completion of treatment, or participation in services. And that contradicts what's on page 54 in the agreement that they have to sign to have the housing. Just thought I'd bring that up. And if you said that Coronado fixed their homeless problem, why not use their model?
Sure.
I don't need an answer.
No, I'll do you want to speak to the rules, Rebecca, though? Just because she brings up a good point.
So housing first. So what we're saying is that somebody who is experienced, let's just say, drug addiction, and they're requesting services, we're going to bring them into our program. They're going to have a bed. Immediately, we're going to engage them into services to help overcome that barrier. It doesn't mean that they can't come in because they're experiencing just say they're drunk. Just because they're drunk, that means that they can't come in. They can come in, but immediately they're going to engage. The expectations they engage in services. Does that mean a month from then? No. Does that mean the next day? Probably.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you all for that presentation. I thought it was great. Good conversation. I need to rely on my own prayer, I think, because I've got so many thoughts and so much that I think I would want to say, but I'm just going to try to window it down to the public perception that you had mentioned. I think is a big concern, and I think it's great that we can invite people to, different places where they can participate. I know the public is probably not so fair to the county because they have a tendency to lump all government together. And I see this problem as being created by the state and by the federal government. In fact, I think I could list out at least 10 different areas where the homelessness crisis, if has not been completely caused by policy, it's much of it is caused by policy. And the public sees that. The public also sees years and years and years of money being thrown at the problem, and what they see is an increase in the homeless population instead of any possible successes. Like there were some successes that were mentioned, and they don't see that. They haven't heard that, and I think it would be really great if they can start to get some of that information. I'm not sure how that can go about, because despite the fact that we may want to invite people to be more involved in community meetings, I think that's difficult for a lot of people. I don't think a lot of them are going to show up. If there's other ways that we can get them involved, I think that goes a long way to help with whatever the goals are of the county are. So whether it be something online, weekly updates in the newspaper, I don't know. I know this all sounds like additional work, but I think having the public on board is going to be crucial moving forward with whatever the decisions are that are made. And I think there's a ton of great ideas, so I'm not going to talk about those. I just think that, it's really important to get the public on board with whatever the county decides to do. And that will go a long way. So, but again, thank you all for the comments and questions, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Hello there.
Hello, my name is John Nessel, and I am here to speak to this issue. Thank you for the opportunity. I really think the problem is related to the breakdown of the family, and the family being broken down has to do with what he was just suggesting, that the federal and state governments have done things to cause the family to be separated. And at the beginning of the meeting, we did the Pledge of Allegiance, and we said one nation under God, when probably a good many of us don't even recognize the power of God and what he can do in our lives. But I was wondering, what's the deal with the Tuolumne General Hospital? Yeah, I see a lot of vehicles there, but I have no idea what it's being used for. But as far as a navigation center and a whole bunch of rooms where beds could be, it could be repurposed to whoever's in there, move their offices to where all the old court buildings are here in town, and repurpose some of those buildings. That would be my suggestion for that. But I also would suggest, if you're going to start buying stuff, that you remember that it requires ongoing operation and maintenance costs. Each facility will represent a certain amount of your budget every year to keep it going. We took on the Law and Justice Center with grants and some of our money. The juvenile facility with grants and some of our money. 2 resiliency centers, all the stuff's brand new, so the deferred maintenance isn't a problem yet, but O&M is. So every single facility's bought should have a business plan as to how you're going to pay for that. And maybe let the grant go and figure out a different way to pay for stuff, because if we continue funding everything with grants, if that dries up, what do you do with all this stuff? Fortunately, somebody just recognized you can sell some of those houses, because that's something you can sell. But try to sell the Law and Justice Center. So I would suggest that we be careful about what we buy, that we have a business plan for each facility. What is the operation maintenance cost? And who's gonna oversee it? Who's gonna make sure they don't thrash those houses and who knows what? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. So thank you and I'm honored to be part of the homeless committee, and from the beginning. I've spent a lot of time in this space, as all of you know. I'm just looking at this really kind of more from the big picture. So let's talk about housing first. So that's a phrase that we're using, but I really, from my perspective, I'm still on that we really need to address mental health first. And we need housing to enable that, because if you're familiar with Maslow's first layer in our hierarchy, if you're not sheltered, fed, breathing, in a place of mind to be able to address, your demons and deal with addictions and all the other things like that, then we're not going to make progress. So I totally support the concept of focusing on housing. I know that's a lot of what we're doing here because that's where the state dollars are flowing, and that's what's guiding us in that effort. And I'm just really hoping that we continue to bump up the support of our mental health and Health and Human Services and other agencies, and as a primary point of investment in our community, and the housing is secondary. But I know that's a big and complicated component. So I'm kind of like going for rehab first, and then let's see where we can go from there. Let's get them into a rehab facility for those that need that, and then map them into these other things. And I know that's somewhere in the plan. The book is actually thicker than the one you have in reality. So these other things are covered. But helping people navigate the difficulties of life and closing the gap between income generation, cost of living is really that's our objective. That's our goal, is to keep people from falling into this in the first place. And the long-term solution is educating our children with the skills for successful living, and then creating innovative and affordable housing technologies. And we're focusing on all of those things too, outside of this committee. So I have hope, but those are long-term things. And some of that, I won't get political here, but some of that, speaks to leadership at the federal level and the state level too. Sorry, but it does. Okay, so I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to quickly say that I really appreciate this reconfiguration of work groups that can participate in the development of a solution, so that by the time we bring it to the public, it has a higher probability of being seen as acceptable, actionable, and effective. So thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
I do appreciate the document. I think it was a lot of work, and I think it will be an evolving document. And what I would like to see it on the website with the possibility of ways for the public to make comments and keep the staff informed of some of their ideas, solutions, whatever they can offer. Also, be careful when you pick a facility or a house or a neighborhood that you're not displacing certain populations. So if we do buy a group home, or if we buy a skilled nursing facility or a motel, the question we should be asking is, who are we displacing? So just keep that in mind. And the MHSA money, I hate to see it be touched at all, especially for our county, because we're a small rural county. But there are some counties out there that have millions and millions stashed away, and the governor is trying to tap into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi. I just wanted to make sure that your board knew that our community development department staff totally supports the CEO and HHSA's endeavor here. We're happy to be a participant and a partner in the process. I would also just like to remind your board that many of you get complaints from your constituents about illegal camping or homeless camps, and code compliance, which is in the community development department, works really hard to take care of those complaints. But unless there's a shelter or a place for individuals to go who choose to go to a shelter, our hands are tied, and we're unable to resolve many community complaints regarding homeless camps. So just another side to the deliberative process that you're going through is that it not only benefits individuals who are going to be able to get housing, but also benefits the rest of your constituents. Code compliance can go in and take some action. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think that looks like the end of the public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for consideration of a motion.
So a question on what we're voting on right now. So we obviously have this very large packet. We also have a fairly broad statement there of what I'm interpreting is continue looking for properties.
There it is.
So I want to make sure exactly what we're voting on, because if it's voting on this, I agree it's a draft, good work, but I don't think it's ready.
Yeah, I'm not asking, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, I'm not asking for the board's approval on the packet. Those are operational protocols, and those are for staff to develop. And your board has upheld that on numerous occasions, and I'm looking for you to uphold that now. What we are asking is more about acquisition of property, as what you see, that the only thing is that we're asking for you to approve the CAO to continue to seek properties for purpose of serving the homeless population within the funding available, and that and initiate the property acquisition process. Or I have too many things floating around in my head right now. So there are two things I wanted. One was to comment about, because I've heard this more than once. Mr. Nestler just brought that. Nessel brought this up, and I've heard it before. So I just think we should talk about it. So Tuolumne General currently is housing 100. How many of your staff? About 100 staff of the 12 of HHSA are currently in there. We've been looking at completely renovating that facility to house all of HHSA there. We're not sure if it actually will be big enough. We're working on that. But I do want to make sure, I did talk to our chief building official and assistant CDD director about this. In order to move individuals to live in that facility, and that was my first place I worked when I came in the county, it is the highest level of code, because to have people living in there as a shelter, we would have to renovate that building to be millions more than what we have available, which, so it's that reason and the fact we're trying to get HHSA out of rented buildings and into county buildings. The other one for the courthouses, and just in case for people who are not aware, your board had directed staff to look at moving all kinds of movement, but getting, again, more staff out of rented buildings. So the Washington Street, we are currently getting construction plans drawn up to move the public defender in there, and then we would eliminate the rental of that building. And then here, moving the Board of Supervisors and County Administration, County Council, and OES into the historic courthouse, which would open up this floor to move IT into this floor, and they would stop renting. So just to make sure everyone kind of knows, there's a lot of stuff going on. When it comes to the property, what I wanted your direction on is, yes, we would like this. This would allow us to bring property to you. It would be that intent to sell, or intent to purchase, I mean, and then it's a 30-day public notification that we put out. However, Supervisor Brandon has brought this up a couple times, and I really feel like I need direction from your board on of the shared approach to looking at it. So, for example, if we could get a house, and I'm going to say whether it be here or Columbia or Jamestown or in this, somewhere around the city, and we can buy a house for $400,000, or I can go to Ridgewood and buy a house for $700,000. Do you want? I have to say the accountant in me says go with the lower cost house so we can maybe buy two. But we need feedback from you to know what your direction is on that, because we would be looking for the best bang for the dollar. We definitely are learning from past experience, so we have those sensitive areas that, school next door, no. Some other areas, no. But there are some locations we are looking at, and we are not specifically targeting any district whatsoever. We are looking at what's on the market and people who might contact Michael now that this is out there more. He's had more people contact him directly, that we go out, we visit, we walk the site, we decide, is this good or not, vet it out. But I kind of need that direction from you. Are you wanting us to weigh all of those things we should be weighing? But also, do you want us to look at areas that we would spend significantly more so that we have this equal participation for housing these individuals? I also want your board to know that we all agreed as a team that there are certain locations we want to avoid outside of those sensitive areas, and that is below the snow line. We don't want to be sending our staff up and down into these terrible, and trying to bring the individuals down. But the other one is we talked about, do we really want to send staff up into the south side of the county? So going up into Groveland and Don Pedro and those areas, it's a long drive for staff to go. And it doesn't make sense when you're trying to make it to multiple locations and houses to spend an hour driving or 2 hours out of your way on doing that. So that's operational decision that we made, where we need to kind of focus. But I do need some direction from you as we start looking at houses. Are we going to be sensitive to what district they are in? Are we more sensitive to the area and the location that it's near. So like the schools or whatever that might be, so.
So I'll just forward that question down the line and have each of us answer it. And Supervisor Goldenberg, you can go first, if you wouldn't mind, answering the CAO's question. Which method would you prefer?
Well, what I'm looking at is to give the ability, for Rebecca and social services, as they're dealing with people, to, see where we can place them and how many can we do. They're having some good success in, getting people permanently placed, which is good, but it's a slow process. And so definitely understand, we need to look at criterion that's in locations that's not going to be negative. The things we saw with the Columbia Inn, certainly with the school, the snow line, that's an important consideration. Travel distances, of course, is important because if we've got staff going back and forth, if they're spending inordinate amount of time driving, then that creates a problem of its own. And in some areas, right, if we can get a facility that has more rooms, we can establish, staff being on site, and that's where their work location. And that's what we saw, I know Kathleen, you were there, in the navigation center type of thing, and, what's occurred in other areas. So anyway, that's where I'm going with this.
So am I to interpret what you just said as you're interested in finding facilities wherever they pop up, or are you interested in making sure that we distribute equally between the different districts?
I think distributing equally per district is unrealistic, quite honestly.
Okay.
Because of just situational things, travel time, snow levels, and,
Okay.
and what have you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Goldenberg, although I do understand where Supervisor Brandon's coming from. I think maybe the idea is that we don't want any one community to bear this burden by itself, and I don't think district, doing, say, 5 houses per district, I don't think that's the right tool. I don't think district centric is the right tool to achieve that. Perhaps there's another way to look at it. Taking those, I also think the criteria that Tracy, that CAO Riggs that you brought up regarding, the snow line, proximity to services, those have to be taken into consideration. I mean, it's just half of Supervisor Kirk's district and maybe a 25% to a third of mine. People can't get in and out of them for weeks at a time during the winter. And, those really aren't appropriate areas to have this type of housing when somebody requires the kind of services that we're talking about here. But that being said, it's not right to put every single transitional or low-income housing unit in Jamestown or out in Stint or in the middle of Sonora, or there has to be some. I'm a believer in the distributed housing model, because I think if you weave individuals that are in this state where they require the kind of services that we provide, they need to be part of the community. And so if we sequester people in one area, it begins to feel like that's the area where people that need services go, and it makes people feel more ostracized, when the goal that I think that we're trying to achieve is the opposite of that. So I do think that we need to look at the criteria that you've laid out in terms of the selection of the properties. I'm confident that as we go through this selection process, that concern that we will just pick 10 houses all in the same neighborhood, that staff will recognize that that's an issue and not go down that road. If that starts to happen, then I think it is going to become an issue here on the board, and we're going to have to talk about it. But I think right now, there's enough consideration, I think, in place in how we select this that I'm not worried that that's going to happen. But there are many people that will be watching to see if that does come to pass. So that's another check. That's the check and balance of our system, I guess. And I'm trusting that that's going to work in this case.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
To answer the question, no, it doesn't. First of all, your district, it doesn't make sense to put anything up there because why would we spend half a day driving there and back when we could serve twice as many people locally?
My district goes along Tuolumne Road,
I know.
too.
Okay, well, I meant the south.
Or Ranchos
The folks in
Paquitos.
the south, I don't think it makes sense at all to be driving up there. So I would just eliminate that idea completely. As far as the snow, what's the snow line? Do you guys like Twin Heart Grade, basically? I'm just curious. I'm assuming.
I
Well,
would say
on average,
3,000 feet or below.
3,100.
Okay. So yeah, I don't think it's anybody's intention to put everything in your district, Jaren. I think it's just the way the topography works out. It's the way land values work out, and it's close to services. So I trust that if you guys, and I want to make this clear, we're not putting a price. You guys aren't putting a price saying you're not going to spend more than $500,000 on a unit. Okay, because I just want to make sure we're not putting that out to the community. It's based on whatever the market is. Okay. So to answer the question, no, I don't support equally distributing it. I think the best bang for the buck, and we have criteria set forth by staff as far as the sensitive areas, so I'm fine with that. Like Supervisor Campbell said though, Brandon, I hear your argument, but I think there's a lot of other reasonings why it's just going to land more in the Sonora Jamestown area. It's just numbers and topography. That's just the way. It's just the way I think it is. So I'm sorry that you feel that way. But can I ask a question? I know, or do you want to finish this up? Because I have a comment or question based on what some things that Tracy said.
Is it based on the answering Tracy's question right now? We're
Oh,
on answering Tracy's question. So, Jaren, I'm going to give you a chance to go, but I haven't voiced anything yet, and we already know yours. I'm going to ask you if there's anything additional you want, but I'd like to weigh in first, if you don't mind. Usually I go last, but so I like the comments that Supervisor Campbell made. They're better said than I would have stated them. I do believe the housing burden should not be placed in one area alone, and I don't think we're doing that, and I don't think we would necessarily try to do that. And I think the idea of equity is noble. It's a very noble idea. However, I think when we consider the time involved and the money involved, we need to be practical, especially at first. So I am not in favor of making sure we treat all of our children, our districts equally at this point. Maybe at some future point, possibly, but right now we just need housing, and we need it in the most practical place possible. And so that's my short answer to your question. And then Supervisor Brandon, any additional thoughts?
Sure, thank you. And I do appreciate CEO Riggs bringing up this point. I know I've talked about it a lot, and I think that's one of the main concerns of my district is, for lack of a better word, I guess a free rider problem or the opposite of a free rider problem. You know, everybody holding the rope but only one person pulling, right? What I want to say is that I threw out as an example, say we need 100 units, that I will go gleefully and find 20 within my district as an equal model. But that is only more of a concept than it is a proposal. I think there are pragmatic realities. We're not going to build it out in Jupiter, right? There's concerns in the city, I think, can make the same case that it has put in a lot for this. I'd say there are different types of housing. Do we have the snow line as something? Certainly, I can see why we wouldn't want to send staff up, but that doesn't mean that community can't have low-income housing for people that are working. Otherwise, we wouldn't permit any construction up there. Nobody would be allowed to live. It's too unsafe, right? People do. There's residences, there's areas. And I think it's what is appropriate to each area with it. So here's what I would propose, and I agree with Supervisor Campbell. I don't think it has to be that strict. I also understand I represent, in my opinion, a lower socioeconomic district. In some ways, it does make sense. It would have a larger share of this. It's just not what we're seeing right now, where if you take out the city and add up all 4 other districts, I still have far more within District 5 than the other areas. especially if we're counting a lot of the other sites that I mentioned. That's the level of disparity that I have the issue with. I'd say if we can start with a shared data system, we have a little bit here with those investments, but include socioeconomic data that's fair that we can agree on, include these other low-income communities. And based on that, derive something that is trying to make that fair within those guidelines. That's how I would like to see this move forward. So certainly, I do think we need to have, as a first order of organization on it, something that is prioritizing equal burden, fairness, justice, call it what it is. Doesn't have to be that specific, but something that is reassuring that under fair housing principles.
Okay, I think you've gotten a pretty good read here. So can we go on to the recommendation, and can I please have a board member make a motion on the recommendation?
So I'll move, excuse me. I'll move that, on staff recommendation, we looked at the operational protocols for the homeless housing program and authorized the county administrative officer to continue to seek properties and the rest of what's stated in the.
Thank you. And do I hear a second? I'll second it. So it was moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Half to move forward on staff recommendation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions?
I'm going to abstain, and the reason being is that I want to see us maximize our community partners first. Once I see that shored up to the best of our abilities, then I think I could support this moving forward.
All right, so it passes 4-0-1 with the abstention Supervisor Kirk. All right, so we'll move on to our final two items. They're both
Supervisor Half,
Yes.
actually.
Yes.
We have to redo item 13 again. We
Why?
found another minor
Oh
error.
my goodness.
This is the last one.
I don't make it up here much, so I try to make the most of it now.
You need more staff.
We need to have you up here more often.
Yeah.
This is okay. So we're going to go back to 13. Is that right?
Yes, item number 13.
Item number 13 for a third time. I have to rub it in. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That is fine.
And we need to have the clerk, read it again. So before you start, Mr. Whitman, let's have the clerk read it again.
Thank you. Item 13, approving the reorganization of the Assessor Recorder's Office as outlined in the staff memorandum.
Okay, let's wait just a few minutes for people to clear the room that are making a little bit of noise.
That's fine.
All right, go ahead.
All right. So Kanan Whitman, Assessor Recorder. Again, I apologize. Staff was really pushing this through. They drafted it at a conference, asked me to review it. I missed both of these. They were 100% my fault. I do apologize. So on the second page, when you get to transfer specialists, the one prior just replicated what was the senior recordable document examiner wages for current and for new. The ones that are highlighted in bold are the correct values. And so that is the amendment that we're wishing to make this time around is to the transfer specialist. The new step at $26 and $35.62.
Okay, so we're adding to the senior records person that we already approved last time. We're adding to that the transfer specialist.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And do we want to have the same people make the motions?
Sure.
Rhetorical question.
I'll be glad to move to.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you. Public comment first.
Yeah, thank you.
So any member from the public want to have any words with Mr. Whitman? Seeing none, take it back to the board. And do we have an amended motion to make?
So I will make the motion to approve the reorganization of the Assessor Recorder's Office as outlined in the staff memorandum as corrected and updated by staff.
And I'll third the motion. I'm sorry.
You're
Gotta
good.
give you
We
a
gotta
hard
give
time.
it to you.
I will second.
All right. So it was motioned by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded again by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0.
Thank you. Third time's the charm. I checked all the other ones.
And
We're going to conclude this meeting before you can come back again.
any further changes are going to come out of your pocket.
All right, so we've got 2 closed session items and well, let's have can we have the clerk read both of them at the same time? Okay.
Thank you. Item 20, closed session conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D1, National Prescription Opiate Litigation, United States District Court for the Northern District of Ohio, Eastern Division, case number 117 MD 2804 DAP. Item 21, closed session conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code 54956.9 D2 and E1 one case.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for public comment right now on these 2 items. Seeing none, I'll bring it back, and I need to know if we're going to be reporting out on either one of these.
No.
Okay, very good.
So Supervisor Hafter, do you want to do reports first and then go into closed session, or go into closed session first?
So what's the will of the board? Do you want to do reports?
No.
I'm going to pass on reports.
Chair.
Do you have notable reports you'd like to do? Okay, we're going to pass on the reports. So in that case, I guess I can conclude the meeting. Is that right?
Do you want, hold on, did you look down here for reports?
I
Are you
thought
gonna-
I did. Did
Sorry.
you have a report?
I had a report.
Supervisor Kirk, let's hear your report.
Yeah, I was trying to enjoy my my son's soccer tournament. My phone blew up with that Queens and vaccines issue that happened this weekend. So I would just like to make it known to the public that I was upset as well, and I didn't appreciate being broadsided by that event. And I spoke with public health, and I don't like to get in the weeds, but basically I understand that there will be a better vetting process for when public health gets involved with events. I think we all want public health involved with the community, but it's one thing to use public health, I believe, as an open door to play woke politics. So that's what I believe happened, and that's what a lot of people in the community believe happened. And quite honestly, it was pretty ridiculous what took place. So I know I'm not saying I'm not up here. This is my report. I'm telling you that I didn't appreciate it, but I appreciate staff hearing me out and potentially changing the process how we vet and put our stamp county emblem on things that take place in this community.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
That's not a report. And so for that reason, I feel that I need to respond to this because
Go
this
ahead,
is an
let's have a
issue that I
conversation.
have. I'm going to.
Let's go.
Look, we have had a number of these events, and it's for public health. If for no other reason, this is an operational decision. But in the interest of the fact that we serve all members of our community, this was an event that was publicized, I think, weeks in advance. It's something that they had decided to reach a population to be able to get the folks there. And it was not an issue until it was made a public issue by yourself. And I don't find that appropriate because I feel that puts very undue pressure on a dog whistle to a certain element of our community that identifies whether it's gender or sexual orientation, the group that that event was trying to reach, that says you are not welcome. And I do not appreciate that, nor the direction to our public health staff that this has probably sent a chilling message to them to consider anything for what could be political, when certainly if somebody came, let's say for the sake of argument, from the left, it was an atheist from the left, and they say, you know what, absolutely, you cannot partner with a religious organization to do a vaccine event. I would tell them they're wrong. We serve absolutely everybody. So that's my position on that, and I hope that public health hears that as well. I want them to have the freedom to do what they see fit to reach these populations.
Okay, thank you.
So what
No,
does,
we're not going
what
to do
does
a back and
drag
forth.
queens have
Excuse
to
me.
do with
Excuse
public
me.
health?
We're not going to do a back and forth. This is reports.
Nothing.
And so now I'm going to close the meeting. It's 3:59, and we're going to go into closed session. Thank you.